Going to start game 11, heading into Russia 1 here. Playing Alaska Beach Boy, or Beach Bum, or something like that, right? Beach Boy, Alaska Beach Boy. Not familiar with him, completely new person to me, so at least not that I'm aware of, at least. Stick with my traditional. The big thing here, of course, is just how the dice go. As always, I really prefer neutral dice even over good dice, to be perfectly honest, because it's kind of, I don't know, not as good of a win when you get it just because you just kill somebody on the of a dicing. All right, so let's see. That should do it. I'd like to see 3 to 4 hits on the first round of dice. For the allies, that is. 3 to 4 hits. Oh, good gosh. Oh, wow. Jeez. I don't know that I've ever seen that, actually. But he did get 2 hits back, so positive 7. So +1. And good old Ukraine. Again, I like to see 4 hits, 3 to 4 hits. First round of dice for the allies. Oh my good god. Is that everybody? I don't think I've ever seen. Oh my good graciousness. I mean, at least you get a lot of hits back. So, I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, I think this is I think 3 tanks may be average or 2 tanks is average. So, even though I wiped him out in the first time on both West Russia and Ukraine, it ended up not. It's definitely in my favor a little bit, but not as bad as it could have been with the offensive dice. With that, I'm going to leave my one guy back here, I believe. Go with my 4-1 instead of pulling everybody back. And there we go. Okay, so Germany did some funky stuff here on Germany 1. This game picked up right away when I entered the queue as Axis, I don't know, 40 or whatever I'm at right now-ish. So I thought this was going to be a platinum player, but I mean, I don't know. We'll see what comes of this, but I bought 2 subs, 2 bombers, and 1 infantry. I've not seen a successful Germany that only buys 1 infantry in G1, but you know, I'll admit I haven't played the ranked ladder in quite some time, and other than a game here or there. And I mean, you look at my game history, I had all those. Every time I timed out, I would just quit. So I didn't quit this time. I had my time out, but that game, you know, I felt like I deserved to lose it at the point we were at anyway. So, anyways, I got to be careful because this can also be a trap game. When people do crazy stuff, that's when you can miss something and do something silly. So, you know, sometimes, you know, the oddballs, I mean, that's what can get you. But, you know, I got 2 tanks still surviving down here in Ukraine. I didn't even look to see what he did. What did he attack it with? I mean, he had to attack it, right? 4 infantry, 2 fighters. That's not bad against the AA and 3 fighter, or yeah, AA and 3 tanks I had left there. So he obviously didn't get a very good dice roll. Looks like he kept all his fighters though, so I don't think he lost a fighter in it. Let's see. He tried for C-Zone 11. That didn't work. 19s. He did the 5 and 7. That makes, or Sea Zone 7. That makes sense. Took Corellia. Went to Transjordan. I mean, everything else here looks pretty straightforward. I don't know about the tank up in Northwest Europe. I'm not sure what the benefit of that. Well, I guess he's only got 3 fighters is why. So in any case, I mean, my one thought is, hey, I could do a KJF probably pretty decently, and he's never going to get into Moscow. Although, you know, all the subs will be tough, but the bombers helps him. Certainly, it looks like he's trying for a play down here in Africa, which I think I've shown before that even if I lose Africa in KJF early, we can still recover. But if they're going to play for Africa, KGF tends to be a little bit better because US can ship units in there a little bit quicker. And certainly KGF could be good just because of all these expensive units he's bought on. So, you know I want to do a KJF. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my little UK twist and, you know, sub drop and just see how he responds to it, because I'm just kind of curious how somebody eccentric like this is going to respond to my unique build. And it leaves me still the option to go KJF or KGF still, just depending on what happens. And I really don't think I can drop a fleet. Even if I come and wipe these guys out, you know, he's got 3 fighters, 2 subs, and 2 bombers scoping it down. So that's 7 units. You know, if I did a destroyer carrier buy, that's a guaranteed 4, maximum 6 units up there. But decent chance I lose one of them, so 5 units. I know some of you guys out there say, go for it. But I'm going to hold back at least this turn and see what happens. And I'm going to go with my sub, fighter, bomber, infantry buy. He wants to buy expensive units, I can buy expensive units. So here's the thing, because I want to leave KJF on the table, which means I always am looking for a possibility of a India UK2 carrier drop. So I'm going to have 2 fighters. I'm building a 3rd fighter in here. I'd like to have a 4th fighter in range of C Zone 35 C Zone, which if I attack here, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4 doesn't make it. 2, 3, 4 doesn't make it. So I'm going to not use one of my fighters. I'm not going to go up after the transport either, because that doesn't help me. But we should still be fairly safe with that attack right there, I think. 2 units, we're just going to send everything. And you guys know I'll let his battleship live this turn. Oh, he's dropping, for me from just dropping my transport on down here too. I've almost got half of mine to just go ahead and drop down here, you know, trade my 13 for his 6. Just because he's light on infantry. Or I could even grab another unit. Make him send 2 infantry into here. But I kind of don't want to really spend my, just sacrifice. I don't like to sacrifice in the UK transport. So I think I'm going to hold off on doing that. I think that's all the attacks. I was debating there for a second, so I want to keep the destroyer alive, but I think the 2 subs are going to wipe him out anyways. You know, whatever ship I leave out there. That cruiser's more likely to get a hit back. Of course, he could... whatever. I'm not going to think this too hard. I mean, the cruiser gets surprise. I mean, they get surprise shots on the cruiser. So if one of them hit, then he's in trouble. But the cruiser's more likely to hit if he misses. So I don't know which one's better off the top of my head, without pulling out the calculator and playing the odds. You know what I just thought of? My usual play may not be too good here. Because he brought these 2 fighters down here and bought 2 bombers. That makes TJ in trouble, doesn't it? That just dawned on me. See, that's what that unique play. I'm used to 1 bomber being down here, and you know the tank blitzing and grabbing, and but this is he's got 2 fighters and he's got 3 more units attacking TJ. I can't stack TJ. Let's see, 1, 2. I could bring 2 Russian fighters down too. I mean, they've only got to kill 1 German. I'm gonna have to think about that. Eek. Because I may need to use a transport to drop some units in here. Drop the AA over there, which leaving the transport here leaves them vulnerable though. And I hate sacrificing the transport. Alright, well, continue on. If I have to ditch that transport, that pretty much means it's a KGF, because... Oh, no. Don't do this. Oh, God. Oh. This is like one of the super bad things to see. Well, I mean, that pretty much takes KJF off the table regardless. We won't have anything that can attack here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so I had to stop and think here for a minute. I do think we are going to bring this guy on back to here. We can stack him. The only threat is his German bombers, really. Yeah, the German bombers, and we can leave some Russians on there because he's got nothing else that can really threaten the Russians. So we got room there. There's no pressure on Russia right now. That's the big thing right now. So we're gonna have to take advantage of that. I was looking at, you know, what if I brought a AA and an infantry over with the transport and then brought 1, 2, 3 fighters over there. But even that he can still kill at a pretty good profit. So what we want to do is have enough units to counter here and potentially into Egypt with this dude. Still gonna make him think at least, even though I think a KJS completely off with this whiff of 61. Well, I know it's off. I want to make him think, make him make decisions here regardless. So where do you want to bring this bomber? 1, 2, 3. Oh shoot, we gotta watch out that he could attack India on J1. Crud, I'm not used to this. Ah, let's see. Infantry fighter bomber. Let's see, he's got infantry artillery. 2, 1, 2, 3. 3 fighters. And 1 battleship that could potentially attack India. Bomber can't reach it. That guy can't reach it. This guy cannot reach it. That guy cannot reach it. I mean, he's going to get India pretty much regardless with him being able to crush from Germany's side. This is a little bit of a puzzle. I just feel like I'm going to goof this up. Something stupid. So we need to leave a couple infantry back, but we need to also leave the AA. That'll give me 3 infantry, an AA, a fighter, a bomber, versus 2 units, 3 fighters, and a battleship. Man, I gotta think again. Alright, yeah. We're not gonna have the bomber down here. We're gonna put the bomber back up in London. Which means I'm gonna need 1 more unit, so that'll give me... Oh no, we're gonna build an infantry and a fighter. The AA, that'll give me 6 ground to his 5 attacking. Alright, I'll be comfortable with that there. We're gonna stall a turn here. We're gonna wait a turn here. get those set to submerge. All right. Weird round. Weird Germany. Bad 61. And we'll wrap it up here and we'll see what he does. All right. I'm kind of winging this time, but so just a quick look at Japan one. He bought 2 transports and a complex, which leads to some complications. One, he's only got 3 units here that he can shuck, so either he's just going play, for straight for the islands and using these 2 transports to shuck them, or he's planning on, trying a J2 attack. I don't know. This is, like I said, this is one of those ones where you just gotta be careful about unpredictability. So the big thing is G1, he bought 2 subs, 2 bombers, and then infantry. J1, he bought 2 transports and a complex. So he bought a lot of expensive, not really many fighting units. But what it has done is, especially on this German side, it's going to be hard to drop a fleet, right? I mean, if he consolidates his planes, if he brings his planes back up here, he has 5 fighters, 2 bombers, and 2 subs. So he's going to have, quite the arsenal to prevent dropping a fleet for a while. But yet he doesn't have very much ground unit. So Russia's going to have to do the legwork, right now. So we need to push Russia hard into Germany to, to kind of contain Germany. And the fact that he bought 2 transports and an industry over here, and he put his industry down here, so he's obviously, playing, between setting up the 2 fighters, 2 bombers, he's going to blast Germany through, and he's going to come this way. So, the fall of India is kind of inevitable, to be frankly honest. I'm not going to be able to defend it for long. So it's going to be important I get to Berlin kind of quick, which he's, like I said, all that air and navy is going to kind of slow that down a little bit, but he doesn't have any many units. So if we can just really just trade off units and push units wherever we can, then that's what we want to do. So yeah, so that's where I'm heading. Basic strategies, we need to get to Germany as fast as possible, and then just kind of slow down Japan to where we can. Again, I know this is what I said against Loan Shark, but let him spend time trying to get India and Africa with the, if we can push Germany hard right now, then we're going to get the win anyway. So that's the plan. Now, because he did, I didn't realize, I mean, I knew he went for it, that he attacked C-Zone 11, but it didn't even dawn on me that in C-Zone 11, he did kill the destroyer there, right? Even I saw my transports were there. It didn't even dawn on me that he killed the destroyer. So now he's got these subs coming out, and there's no destroyers. The closest destroyer is over here in C-Zone 56 right now. So this is one of those times on US-1. A lot of times I don't like to build a destroyer, but we're going to have to build a destroyer US-1 to get some defense against these subs up here sooner and quicker. So we're doing a destroyer and carrier build, and we're going to need boats anyway. So that's the plan. Building 2 infantry, still building 2 transports, but building a destroyer carrier in there. And I don't want to engage him here, so we got to make sure. Sorry, my cat is in the way. I can't see. I want to disengage. There's the button. My cat's being nice and friendly right now. If this was his only destroyer, I would think about going and attacking it. But the other thing, too, I forgot to point out is, he hung his 2 transports he built out to dry, right? Bomber 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or 5, 6 if I wanted to land there. But so yeah, so he put um, his guys out to dry there a little bit. And I almost wonder, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he's gonna have 2 transports. Does he have any air that can even hit up here? 1, 2, 3, 4. They can't reach. These guys aren't gonna reach. These guys aren't gonna reach. So, I mean, we can move our Russian dudes down since there's no real pressure from Germany and land the bomber here and stack right in here, right? You know, he'll have 5 units in the battleship, but I can land this fighter. Heck, I can bring this fighter up here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Next time, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can get back to West Russia, okay. Huh. Interesting. So I think we're going to go ahead and stack here. I'm going to take a second. And so what can he bring? He can bring an artillery, a tank, 2 infantry, 3 infantry, 3 infantry. So he'll have 5 units and the battleship, but no air, right? He can't bring any air up here. It's just odd seeing not seeing any air that can reach up there. And I don't really need him on either front this turn to hold India or West Russia. If we go up here though, that is going to prevent him from coming down to India next time. But we can easily bring the UK fighter and so let's see if we've got 5 infantry and a fighter bomber. We should be good. Yeah, that's an easy stack. We don't even necessarily need the 5, right? Could we even do this without the fighter? Just do the infantry and bomber? It'd be 5v5. That's it's a little risky there. I think I want a fighter up there. I think we want to have 1 fighter up there. And since this U.S. fighter is not going to have anybody for it to join for a little bit, I think we're just going to send this U.S. fighter up there. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do. All right, combat-wise, I don't think we have any combat moves, right? I'm not going to worry about sending my destroyer. I need to get as many boats over to Atlantic sooner than later, so I need to worry about killing that sub. Oh, yes, I do have 1 combat. Need to kill him with the bomber. You know, Africa, I'm going to have to contain Africa because he's obviously going to, pound through Africa. But I can't bring these guys down here this turn because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, his bombers are good. So I can't bring my transports down there this turn. Bring in the cruiser, the destroyer, the carrier build. I'm hoping that next turn, I'm going to move them up to 10 for right now, but then hoping that next turn I can bring, a couple of the transports down to Africa and clean that bit up. I believe that's all the attacks I want to do. So one of the things I forgot to mention is bomber, fighter. We're going to have this other fighter. So we're going to have 2 fighters and a bomber that can hit C-Zone 14 of the U.S. And that's important because the UK has everything else dead zone, but if he was to come take Gibraltar, then this bomber can no longer hit, and all we have is the 1 bomber that could hit there. So otherwise, we will have the 2 bombers can hit these three regardless. Or actually, no, I lied. The two bombers can hit these two regardless. This one, presuming he takes both of these, this bomber can't reach, but I do have my two fighters that can. Even this guy going on a 3, the carrier could go in, but then we'd sacrifice him first. And this guy going in on a 2, 1, 2, 3, 4 could come back out. So UK has these 3 dead zoned. US has to have C Zone 14 dead zoned so that we can take care of the battleship sooner than later. We're going to move them up here. I do want to make sure I got that guy. I'm going to go ahead and put the cruiser out here. Technically, he could hit him with the bombers if he wants to be aggressive, but just to kill the cruiser and have a 50-50 losing, I'm going to take that, I think. We're going to bring him up here where the destroyer can't hit me, but I can threaten both these C zones so he can't drop another transport easy. Like I said, we're just going to provide a nice safe landing zone for the UK bomber to come through. So we got 2 AAs, we got 2 infantry, we got those 2 infantry for the 2 transports. Up here we got the 4 units going up here, but this one can come over for one of the transports. So, alright. That'll be interesting to see if he ends up taking that guy on. Alright, in this case, with us wanting to be more aggressive, I think, again, we're going to go attacking forces and push them forward. So here's what I'm thinking. And I'm going to pause the video in a moment just because I'm going to do a couple calculations. But I want to go ahead. I was debating between trying to stack Ukraine, which will be thin to stack Ukraine because I got to put one of my infantry in here to prevent him from blitzing straight into West Russia. But if I stack down here too, it allows him to take Karelia next turn, and I'm going to have everything pushed forward, and I probably won't be able to retake Karelia. So I'm actually thinking I want to stack Karelia and then just have infantry blocking here. Now, he could send 6 tanks, 4 infantry, 3 fighters, and 2 bombers up there. So that's 15 units he could send up there. I mean, I got 9 here, 10, 11. I could send my tanks up to here. Or we can send a tank to there and an infantry to there, and that blocks his tanks off. And that's a Quentin move to send a tank to get a 2, to get a double 2 in the German territories. And now I only have to worry about the 4 infantry, 3 fighters, 2 bombers. And I can send my tanks. I'm going to send all my tanks down to here and 1 Russian infantry so that when Germany blasts through here and comes into here, I could potentially use the UK transport, sacrifice him to attack Egypt, and then use some Russian the infantry and tanks to take back TJ, since I don't have too much to worry about fighting up here. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But I'm just gonna pause the video just to do a calculator on just how much I need to send up to Corellia to make sure I don't do something silly there real quick. So hold on one sec. All right, so yeah, we're gonna need most of this ground still because it is a lot of air going there. I don't need to send one. I'm gonna keep one of my artilleries back so that I can keep some defenses for, him trying to stack Ukraine or something like that. And we're not attacking over here because my fighter can't quite reach there. I don't even think we have anywhere really for the fighters to go. So just to be on the safe side, no silly dice. I'm almost thinking about bringing my fighter back just along 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but they'll go next, so they won't be able to do that. And their air and fighter so far down, they wouldn't be able to threaten. So I could bring my fighter here to threaten even attacking here next turn. All right, well. Rats. Yeah, I think I want to get that other guy up here because I do want to bring the tanks back this way. That's a pretty big Russia. I will say that. This is going to be a Russia needs to get big game. Well, there we go. Okay, so Germany 2, he bought another bomber, so we got another heavy air going on here, which obviously gave me some trouble last time, so I need to be careful here. So he's got 4 fighters, 2 bombers, and a fighter down here, and I did not even think about it. He used his bomber to kill my UK bomber that I had sitting out here. I completely blanked on the fact that he hit Kazakh here, so I wasn't moving my troops back to cover up. My U.S. and Russian infantry couldn't come back to cover him up, and it just didn't even, I blanked on putting anybody over top of him to make sure that he was safe. So, good move by him, bad move by me, just completely missing that. And so that means his transports are safe. That means I got less attacking over here to help clear these 2 spots on either side of India. As well as I now can't kill his battleship. Well, I could take 2 fighters versus battleship if I wanted to, but not really a battle I'm wanting to take. So yeah, I mean it was a good move by him, and kudos, it worked out. So now I got to figure out what I want to do. This picture up here, he now has two subs, four fighters, two bombers, so seven there. I could drop the two and fly the planes back. That'd be four, and this would be number five coming up. But with two subs to soak up hits, it may be worth it for him. So I actually think I want to try to use these fighters to help stack. Make sure I got an India and Karelia stack this turn, and yeah, I think that's what we're going to be doing. Is we're going to be looking trying to stack these two places. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay. Just trying to determine where I want to land this bomber at. Fortunately, I don't really got anything for him to do. And I'm afraid to bomb Berlin because I really need him to be alive so that we can get rid of this battleship next turn wherever he ends up at. So, anyways, here we go. Our counter, we're going to go ahead and put 3 units down into India. I'm going to go ahead and buy 2 fighters for up in London. I think I'm going to have to stall with this guy, or we're going to come down to Africa, actually, and just push some units through Africa. And then on UK 3, make the fleet drop, is what it's going to come down to. So, kind of it's a late fleet drop, but at least, we got Russia pushing Germany kind of hard here, and I was kind of surprised he didn't stack Egypt. I'm not sure why he didn't stack Egypt. Yeah, I'm not sure why he didn't do that, but here we go. All right. I really do want to make sure I clear this, so we're going to use 2 infantry there. I was thinking about just doing the 1 infantry, 1 fighter, and then the Russian could clean up but it's just with dice. Yeah, I mean, do I need to say more than that lately? Dice. Um, Not a great mentality to have, but it's my mentality right now regardless. Alright, let's see. We need to hit this guy here. Can this bomber do anything good? Not really. I mean, we could hit that dude, but what's that really do me? Not a whole lot. So, we do need to hit him over here. The question is 3 infantry or 4 infantry, right? I think, let's be real here. There's a pretty good chance if he wants India, I mean, if he wants India J3, he can take India J3. The good news is, I got this pressure up here, so I'm going to make him pay for it a little bit if he does take India J3. We're going to push and make him pay, but I don't think there's anything I can really do to stop an India J3, to be perfectly honest. So, and he put his factory down here, and so I'm almost like, let's just clear him and then bail next time. So I think that's what I'm going to do. We're just going to clear him so he can't stack it, make him have to at least send transports in to take India J3 if he really wants to get it, which will again hurt him up here. So we're going to do the 4 just to be more careful on making sure we take it. Unfortunately, everything can hit C-Zone 13 too. I can bring 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units. He can have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 all hit. I said 7 earlier. It actually is 8 units I could hit here anyways. 6, yeah, 8 units I could hit there. So, whole reason I'm not building this turn. Alright. I hate not using my bomber, but we're not going to use my bomber. Well, now I only want to take 1 infantry. I want to take 1 back. Alright. I don't want to move him up. I think we're going to move him over just because the transport can scoop him up if we, for some reason, want to. He's really kind of stuck down in that zone regardless. So we're going to be bringing our U.S. fleet down to here and then up to here with a UK fleet drop next turn. Bringing U.S. fleet down to here, I only got to protect against 2 bombers. And we got enough here that we can protect against 2 bombers. And then that'll let us drop some troops down here, some U.S. Army down here, and the UK, so that we should be able to definitely at least stabilize Africa for a while, even if we do end up losing India, and let Russia stay strong. Now, like I said, I am giving him a little bit of a shot at a J2 India here if he really wants it. I've got 7 units going in there. He's got 3 fighters. He's got his 2 battleships, and then he's got his 4 units. These 4 units he could pick up. Just gonna let him have a shot at it. If he does take it, then he need to bring other ones, or else I'm just gonna take it with my infantry and bombers. Excuse me, tanks. Next turn and retake it, and then pull the tanks back out. But oh, don't want to forget this guy. Run away from the sub. Run away from the sub. So yeah, we're throwing him up here. We're gonna make sure we stack Karelia. There we go. Alright, so Japan 2. We did get him to buy a destroyer with my sub up here, so that's nice. He tried to take a shot at the sub with the sub. Of course, I was set to submerge. Probably could have gotten away with if he just moved his sub in there, not building a destroyer and just moving the 1 destroyer here and have his destroyer sub. I'm not likely to attack it sub fighter. I don't know. Maybe I would. Who knows? Probably not. But anyways, it's always good to see him have to build, spend some money on Navy. He obviously attempted India. Doesn't look like he got a very good result there. Two tanks down here, so I mean it's obvious he's his play is for India. I think we can probably at least actually buy J3 now. Just looking at this, because we got 3-1, 3-1. Those guys are sitting in a kill zone with two fighters and a bomber here. So we should be able to knock them out. And then let's see here. He'll have the two tanks and these two infantry he could pick up. And then the, what is that, 4 air and the battleships. So we could bring him in, bring a couple tanks in. We've got these two fighters up here we can bring down. So, yeah, no, I think we'll be able to stack India yet another turn with a whole lot of, with only a few ground that won't be able to escape if Germany comes here. And then we'll have a bunch, more tanks and air, enough just to defend against this. And then we can always pull out and let them have it J4 maybe. It's not like it's going to be a victory city issue, right? And so I kind of hope he uses his transport to grab these guys off to reinforce the charge to India, or Africa, because of what I'm going to bring down here. Because kind of like our last guy that we played, this is all about, if he wants to put units down here and buying all these expensive units, he just doesn't have the ground up here. We're going to be swallowing these guys up before long, especially since we got those guys cut off. So we should be able to make some leeway. I mean, of course, again, I'm going to have to divert my fleet, and I'm going to give him some bait maybe to try to attack with his subs and bombers and whatnot. But so it's going to be a little bit slower for me to get up there, but I don't see this being a winning strategy. So away we go. So because of it, I've got one carrier. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 fighters on the board. So we're going to go ahead and build, since he's got 3 bombers and 4 fighters already on the board with Germany, we're going to go ahead and build another carrier for US. So that's going to give us 2 US carriers, and we got the UK carrier coming on around. So again, and then we can probably build another UK carrier. So we'll have 4 carriers, and that should be able to get us into the position to get rid of these guys and defend any of the air raids, and then start hitting. So it's going to take, yeah, sure, he delayed us a little bit, but it's costing him a lot too. So in any case, here we go. We're going to build 4 infantry. We're still going to build our 2 transports, and we're going to build a carrier. And we'll have enough guys to continue to feed the transports. I don't know that I don't want to attack over here. I do want to disengage that. Don't know that I have any actually attacks for the U.S. I don't think the U.S. is going to be attacking anybody. Yeah, we could bomb. Yeah, maybe we'll do some bombing. Make him spend that precious money. Yeah, no, I think that's it for attacks. Sixes! Sixes! Come on, let's get the sixes! Oh! It's nice to get that good roll on the bombing run. It feels good. Now I see why Lone Shark got going on it. Got to be careful here. Germany comes next, and I'm going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kind of want to bring him on around over here, but I think, what if I just go to here? That gives me a range of 1, 2, 3, 4. It gives me a range of India. Here might be dangerous because he has a transport, so I can't go to either of those. So we can't really get in range of, we don't need to be in range of Moscow. Why am I even thinking about that? So that should be fine. That gets me in range of there, or I can come back to, oh wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, one, two. I definitely want to have 2 fighters on here because he does have 2 bombers I can reach, so I just want to be extra safe. But I'm going to give him battleship destroyer cruiser that he can attack with 2 subs and 2 bombers if he really wants to. But we're just going to bring a whole bunch of guys down here. Now we could turn around and, if he lets me build the UK fleet next time, we'll turn around and just hit this up here and we'll see if he actually stacks that good enough or not. We're just going to bring him on in. Sub has to retreat. You're going to come help up here. Where do I want the bomber to be? And so we got plenty to match him that make him challenge bring it down here if he really wants to. So we got our 4, 5, 6 for our 3 transports. This fighter can come 1, 2, 3, which I'm hoping to drop in C-Zone 8, or he can come down to 4 to 13 to meet either one of these carriers. This fighter can come on back to meet either one, and we've got these 2, so we can load those carriers up into these 2 C-Zones possibly next turn. All depending on where he puts all his stuff at, obviously. I said 4 fighters. He actually has 5 fighters and 3 bombers out there. A lot of air. 32. I don't even know what to do with that kind of money. Well, we can't quite get 11 men, so we'll build another couple artillery in there. So, you know, I have to acknowledge over here, he does have 4 infantry, 2 transports that can grab 2 artillery, 2 infantry, and have 8 hitting there. Plus, he can bring his air now back to there. So we're not going to leave these guys here. We're going to pull them back a little bit. I really don't have anything to attack with Russia. I mean, we could go in here, but I don't. I'm gonna keep my guys here to just to stay stacked here, I think, and just preserve my Russian units. I don't think I have anything to attack. Still, that should be another 30 next time. All right, cool. We'll take it, right? Nothing to attack, nothing to attack. I mean, I could send the tanks back this way, but I'm going to send the tanks here and here. Alright, so this is where we're going to be a little bit. So we're going to drop to infantry there from the build. We're going to move our fighters. I'm going to move 2 tanks here. We're going to move 2 tanks down here to stack down this way. We're going to move... Well, no, we need to keep one guy back here. I need to keep him back from blitzing through to West Russia, so we do need to keep him back. So... see, you bring 3 over to here. Wow, the 2. Maybe he chooses to hit that with the bomber. He could. But we're going to make Ukraine awkward for him because he's only got 1 artillery that can hit it. So we'll make it awkward for him. And the reason I'm doing this is that an artillery and 2 tanks and potentially clean up against, you know, whatever, you know, he could have up to 3 units. The tank and 2 come over here. Hopefully we hit one of them. He has 2, and we could counter it with the Russians if we want to. I'm just like to keep my options open. I do need to make sure I build guys here so we don't get struck by bombers onto my bombers. Oh, these guys. Pull them back. But yeah, so he either has to risk his air against the AA or bring tanks down, and I'm going to have enough units here that I can hit any tanks, number of tanks that he could bring down there too. So he either has to trade tanks or risk his air against 2 infantry and an AA. So most likely he's going to at least bring some tanks down there. Oh, you know what? I forgot about this here. He could bring his, whoops, battleship transport up there and bring infantry, artillery. So maybe that's not the best use of my AA yet. So let's rethink this a little bit. Let's not risk an artillery down there. Let's put him down there. Let's just put 1 dude up that way. Let's move him and just extra protect Karelia that he doesn't take some wild swing at it. Alright. If it wasn't for the battleship being able to, and transport being able to bring 3 more hits there, it would have been nice to make him have to sweat that, but I would just bring the infantry artillery battleship right into there if I was him, so. Alright. Oh, before I build these guys. So, fairly even on the attack power. I haven't been staying up on my spreadsheet on this game because I kind of figured this game was going to be a kind of quick game because it looks like he's a newer player. Looks like I got someone maybe doing their placements. But I could be wrong. But any case, so we've closed the gap on the attack power. He's doing 73. I had 32 there, so 100. So I'm feeling pretty good for round 3 where we're at. You know what? We got these Japan guys coming up. And my fighters they'll be movements of 3, so they won't be able to come back at all. So let's put those guys there. We'll put infantry up there. Because, I mean, I think he can stack that regardless if he really wants to. All right. And I know y'all had asked for bringing it in so you can see the board just a little bit closer at the end. So there's what we're looking like. All right, there we go. So, as I was saying in a previous round or turn, you got to be careful with these weird games. I completely blanked. I checked on the battleship coming here, and I was just fixated on him wanting to bring the units down here because he looks like he's all about Africa, India, and I completely forgot about infantry, artillery, and the 3 bombers plus the battleship versus the 4 infantry, 2 bombers I had here. So, again, I've now lost 3 bombers to his bombers. I've got to be more mindful of the bombers. Which just it makes things a little bit tricky, a little bit awkward, whatever. Japan's still pretty cornered at least, but man, that was a painful goof because once again now I can't kill his battleship transport, so he's got another infantry artillery he's gonna be able to grab and pull up and hit here again next turn because I'm not gonna be able to get enough stuff down here to hold this and Karelia, and with all his tanks and whatnot stuck up this way, I'd rather hold Karelia and keep him pinned there. So I'm going to have to let him trade this one more time. But hopefully after that, I'm going to have these 2 infantry coming, and then I've got 4 fighters to clear, and then I'm going to have my U.S. fighters coming in and clear this guy out. But it means he is going to get to trade this again in G4. So, frustrating as frustrating is. But, whatever. We got to keep on keeping on. Alright, so we want to keep India stacked from all this junk going on here. And because he moved his 5 fighters inland, if I can take these 2, he's just got the 4 bombers and 2 subs hitting here. And that actually gives me the opportunity with building a carrier, because I built that carrier over here, where I should be able to stack C-Zone 8 and 13 and take Northwest France and Morocco. And that Morocco is big for clearing transports going to Africa as needed without having to have coverage. And these guys coming back. So we should start getting some traction built up against Germany at least here. So build-wise, we want to rebuild an AA here because, again, he's got 4 Air Force in here attacking, so that's a cost-efficient buy. We're going to build an infantry and artillery as well to, if he pulls these 2 infantry back, where we could hit them next time. Although I imagine he'll do the 2 infantry, 2 tanks, and build 2 more tanks here, is my guess is what he's going to do. But we're going to keep, all this fighter load that we're keeping up here can fly down here in a heartbeat if we need them to, and we're going to be pulling these guys back, so who knows what we're going to pull off here. Otherwise, we are going to build that carrier for up in the other sea zone. Generally speaking, I'm happy to trade off all my UK ground for his Japan ground down here. No, I don't want to lose especially my 2 Russian tanks if possible, although, depending on what Japan does, maybe they'll be able to come back and hit them. I didn't think about that because I could possibly bring these guys all back to Stack Caucasus. I didn't really think about that or look at that, but anyways. We'll worry about that later. They're not going to attack. They're not attacking anything. Oh, yep, we do want to do this, though. I think we're going to let US take the big one. Did I get... So we got one infantry coming up here. Wow. This turn, because I want to have two infantry, because I'm going to have two transports in range, so... Actually, we're going to have three transports in range, because he's coming up here. So, we want to have units for them, so we're going to just use one this turn. So, yeah, I mean, it's an interesting game. I still feel like that this should be a win, but certainly he's showing me I can easily make silly mistakes not tracking all his bomb. 3 out of 4 hits? Really? Phew, okay, I got lucky there. I needed that, but ugh. Made my heart flutter a little bit. Do need to bring one of these guys back down. Destroyer in there. Let's just hang him back. Do I want him with these guys, actually? We're gonna have 2-5. He'll have. Yeah, let's do this. That way we can maybe pick off his tank if he goes to the horn with a fighter. I don't know what he's gonna do. Alright, there we go. There's a look at the India-Africa campaign. Like I said, I imagine he grabbed these two infantry, two artillery, or two infantry, two tanks. stacks there, and then builds 2 tanks. That's going to be my guess. And I just may take 2 and 5 against that, especially if we get one hit on one of his infantry. I'd probably take a shot at it. And then up here is our Russian front. I believe that's 8 down there. Yeah, 8 there. And so we're going to bring cruiser, battleship, destroyer into Sea Zone 8. And so that'll block the subs from being able to go down here, where we can have 2 carriers, a destroyer, and I can have 2. I could even have 3 fighters if I wanted to, but I don't need. I only need 2 fighters there. So yeah, there's our play. Alright, so here we go on into US 3. So Japan 3, he bought 4 infantry, 2 artillery, and a complex. He put it down here in DEI, which is interesting. I mean, he's got his 2 transports here, but he sent his other 2 transports up that way. So instead of building any extra transports, he's built 2 complexes. So that gives him 14 production spots, but 12 of them need transports. So he needs 6 transports, and he's only got 4 on the board. So he's got some work to get this up and running. And also just having the 1 tank here. I'm kind of surprised he took the 2 infantry back this way, but you know, whatever. We can take that 50-50 shot on that and stall things, delay things. Maybe, maybe not. But we'll be able to hold India again another round, and then, you know, he's going to get this eventually. I mean, with the commitment he's put down here, and especially if he takes these guys just straight this way and doesn't bother with coming into Africa, then he's going to get it probably round 5, I would guess. But I'm not too concerned with that. We're starting to get our speed picking up here, so that'll be good. Hopefully. Alright, so it's a little tricky. I wanted to buy another transport, but he does have these 2 transports with these guys, and how he's done a pretty good positioning job. You know, I mean, he's his overall grand strategy is definitely different. I'll say questionable, but he's got some fairly smart individual plays, such as just how he's got his positioning here. Trapping my sub. My sub can't really come this way at all. I can't come down. I can't come over. I can't kind of mess with this at all. I can't come up and prevent him from Alaska because these destroyers have all of these sea zones. Well, not 63, but you can't get to 63. All of this is cut off, and he's also got cut off down to here. So basically from here all the way through here is cut off. So the only thing I can really do is kind of fall back this way. And then his bomber play was pretty good. So, like I said, no transport after all. So I went ahead and built a fighter, since I'm going to send my 1 U.S. fighter over here, and I do get my 2 carriers, and that leaves me 3 fighters. So we'll get another 4th fighter into the area. Yeah, I'm going to make him trade a little heavy. I thought about building a bomber, and at first I thought he'd be safe here, but I forgot about that little connection right there, because then I could have had a sub bomber play, but no clearance there. That's all the attacks for the U.S. No! Whoa, okay. I thought I skipped my combat move phase. Whew. It's one of those panic moments. Ah! Alright, we're alright. We're good. Our non-combat move. Good gracious. It's late at night right now, and I'm wasn't being super careful there. So we're gonna leave the fighter up there. I do. Oh, no, needs. Well, yeah, I do need submerging fighter before carrier. Sub. What do we want to do with this guy? I think we're gonna bring him on down this way. Keep pulling him down. Then we can maybe slip a sub by or something in next turn. And if worst case scenario, he can come down around this way and come back around. And now this carrier is safe because it's taking Morocco. The bomber can go 1, 2, 3, 4, but he's got nowhere to land. So carrier is safe there now. Oh, let's see. What do I need? I believe I can put one of these guys back here. I needed 6 here, right? We need 2 for him. We're not building for them. We need 4 for them. So yeah, we need 6 guys over here. We got quite a few artilleries for Russia out there. I think we're just going to stack up on some units this time. Go. Now I guess he could hit those with his bombers if he wanted to. And think about that. I mean, he could send Oh shoot! I guess the fighters. God dog it. Pay attention. So, I mean, he can send all 9 of his air after these guys, but hopefully he's going to want to use them for some of this as well. And hitting these guys. I'm going to pause for a second. I'm just going to see, if I build 4 guys, what if I brought these 2 guys? If I put 8 guys here, what's it look like for him? Okay, so yeah, it's a 1.5 profit for him. Basically he's hitting 15, but he's probably going to lose 1 bomb or 1 fighter or bomber in there. So, yeah, whatever. I guess he can hit those guys and threaten the Japan-Germany attack on India, I suppose. I mean, I wouldn't mind Germany getting India. If he does that, I guess that would kind of pin my guys down into here. These guys would be lost. I don't know. I probably should have sat and thought this game, just every turn, I just kind of blew it off, so. Japan's just so weak right now, but I may end up paying for this in the long run. I don't know. We'll see. Alright, I gotta play a little bit of catch up. I had to skip UK4 recording. Well, I didn't have to. There was construction going on in the roof of my house, and I did not want to put you through guys listening to pounding and sawing and all that fun stuff. So I played UK4 already, and Japan 4 is in place, so we're already US 4. So we did have to skip a turn. The big thing is to know that Germany wiped out my American fleet and only lost 1 bomber doing so. I mean, this is the type of stuff that when I say, when you're playing someone who appears to be playing at a not top level, uh, you got to be careful because they're going to do things you don't expect. And so, to me, that was a safe spot. To his best knowledge, he had a 40% chance of winning that battle to kill 2 transports. Because I did switch over my fighters before carriers, that gave it like a 50% chance or 52 or something. I don't know exactly, but just over, essentially a coin flip. And if I had even just wiped out his bombers, or 4 of his 5 bombers, or 3 of his 4 bombers that he built another bomber, by the way, and a sub. um, I'd feel a lot better. But now, I'm like, oh, well, look at all this nice stuff he put up here for me to hit. But he's got all of this completely dead zone because of 3 subs, 4 bombers, 3 fighters. Oops, sorry about that. I did not have enough remaining to stack these C zones, and so I got to pull out and regather, and then come back. So I did build a sub because since he's putting these subs in here, I had done all my builds and I had 7 IPC left with my minimal ground builds that I needed for India and up here. So I had 7 IPC left. Not quite enough to build a destroyer, so I figured if I build a sub, at least it can help me build some fodder for him attacking with the sub, so that something that can just be a killable defense unit. And he can't kill it right now, so I can slowly build that up if I need to do that a couple times. He can't attack it because I can just set it to submerge. So that's why you see a sub there. And also I'm working on going ahead and bringing this sub on back as well. We need the fodder, so we're going to go ahead and produce the fodder. That said, I was able to take Caucasus back with UK, so that should allow me to stack here. You can see I started to pre-stack Belarusia, plus keeping these 4 units in range of my 2 carriers. So hopefully we can start to get um, a fleet going here. Scrolling on down here, this is what Africa's looking like, and Germany's coming in. I went ahead and pushed forward here, and gonna push forward next turn with the UK. Now he did go ahead and he's now got 2 factories here, and he pulled all his transports down here. So he's got India next turn, which is obviously he really wanted it. So, but unfortunately, because I'm having such a headache, this is almost reminding me of the Loan Shark game in a way, right? I'm gonna end up giving up India, and I've got all these crazy, airplanes, and having trouble getting my fleets to be able to situate down here. So, a little it's a different game. I will say that. Um, in a second, I'll pull up. I can pull up the Loan Shark game next to this game, and as far as the stats go, it's completely different. So even though it does bring back bad memories, I'm much more ahead on units because he's lost a lot of unit counts here, and I'm trying to make Russia punish him for it. So that's what my goal. Since I can't use UK and US so well, I need to keep pushing with Russia. So he did pull out, which means again I'm going to stack here. I'm going to do my best to keep these 2 dead zoned. Take here, as well as keep this guy dead zoned. Although I'm going to pull back out of it so he can move into it if he wants to. Um, the thing that I'm going to do, which is a little bit questionable, is I'm actually going to blitz a tank through to take Poland. And the reason is I really do want to keep it dead zoned. And if I don't take it, then he can land his fighters in there, and I can't dead zone it. If he lands his air force in there, I can't really dead zone it. And truthfully, I didn't take into consideration his AA guns. Now that I think about it, he could probably prevent the dead zone I'm looking at by moving his AA guns into there. Well, I'll relook at that. I'll pause when I come to Russia's turn, because maybe I could build a couple tanks. I got that's the thing, 30 IPC for Russia, which I'm not used to having all that money for Russia. So maybe I can build a couple tanks and that'll help with the dead zone. A couple tanks in Karelia and that'll help with the dead zone. All right. That's a lot of talking, but I do feel like I gotta start prepping Africa here as well. So in any case, U.S. build. You can see I'm only building 2 infantry. That's a nightmare to me in round 4 for U.S. to only be building 2 infantry. But we are going to build a transport to go with him, and we're going to go ahead and get a destroyer carrier and another fighter on the board to start beefing up the fleets. With 3 subs, I do need some more destroyers on the board here too. So that's what we're doing. This whole little group here, I'm just going to keep them together because he can. Now the good thing is this transport can only grab 1 artillery, right? I'm going to kill that guy. Coming back here doesn't really do anything. So he can only grab 1 artillery, but he could use his artillery and his 7 planes to smoke these 4 guys if he really wants to. Unfortunately, I think that might be my only attack. Let's see, I didn't even look down here. So he's chasing me with his destroyer sub. So he pulled out of Australia to go back up here. Right. That looks like my only attack by U.S., and that just stinks. I mean, the U.S. doesn't do a lot of attacking, but this whole thing just... This is gonna be a longer game than I had hoped it would be. I am going to build a destroyer block, when it's UK's turn. Now, one of the things that I was looking at and playing with is the fact that, we're stacking here, so Germany may squeeze this way and cut off my retreat with a 1-2 attack. So I'm going to have to be careful of this as well. But I think we'll be okay with the destroyer block pulling back. I think I'm going to go ahead and put 2 Russian infantry here so he doesn't just get it for free. And you have to send his tank if he wants or use his bombers. So I want to leave the artillery. Did I miscount? I miscounted, didn't I? Oh wait, I'm only taking one of these. That's right, that was my plan. Down here right now. Setting up a defense for Japan coming through eventually. Meanwhile, I want... So I'm bringing this guy down here. I can't put him in here because he could transport and hit him. But here he can go 1, 2, 3, 4, land on the carrier I'm building. With the fighter I've got coming, can go 1, 2, and land on one of these. And these fighters can go 1, 2, 3, and land on one of these. So I can take out the battleship if he does come this direction, which I don't expect him to, but if he did, I'd be there. This guy. We're just pulling everybody back. Gotta simplify this whole situation. I want to get enough here so that if I'm going up here, I can wipe out these guys because I'm going to pull back and hit this guy with UK and the US. So that's why I put my artillery tank up here so that we can have a 4v4 if he moves into Finland. Alright, I'm going to pause the video for a moment. I'm going to relook at this situation with the AA guns. I forgot he can move those, so I'm going to think on this a second. Okay, so yeah. Not normally what I would do, but I'm 2 units less. I could be building 10 infantry right now, but I got time with Japan, and tanks will give me mobility to push up anyways, and be able to pull back when I need to, just a little bit quicker. So, but the biggest thing is putting 2 tanks here helps me dead zone these 2 guys. This one won't be it'll be a 50-50 toss up at his even IPC, but at this point, I'd be willing to use Russia just to strafe and take out as many German units as I can. So, yeah, moving ahead. We are going to try to give Japan a little bit of headache. So again, he's weak in the center, although weak kind of top center here. So we're going to leave some guys back. I figured out exactly how I want to do this, so we're just going to do my combat just to claim these. He can get this back. We don't have to send a tank, and I'll be able to kill the tank, so kind of cool with that. Alright, yeah, I'm just going to do that for right now. I haven't fully decided what I'm going to do non-combat wise. I'm trying to keep an eye on these bombers better than what I've been doing. Because they can still hit these squares all through here. So I gotta be mindful of that. Good. At least maybe one of them will get a hit back if he decides to use his artillery and bomber and planes there. Like I said, I gotta abandon out of here anyways. So I think I want to do that just to make him have to think about it. Because I want my UK to be able to land their planes if he moves everything else in there. So, anyways. Do I want to leave one or do I want to leave two back there? Let's see, he's got 5 guys coming here. Hopefully that discouraged. I mean, he could, I guess, airstrike my 2 tanks I built up here too. So hopefully that discourages him from doing such. But let's see. I do want to pull the calculator on this because I don't want to get my 4 fighters wiped out. So he could use a battleship and artillery, 4 bombers there. And we're going to build 4 infantry there. We've got 1 infantry there. So that should be 5 infantry, 4 fighters. That should be fine. I just want to make sure he can't claw into the fighter ranks. I mean, it's obviously a positive battle. Yeah, no, he shouldn't get to the fighter ranks then. So we can push these guys forward so that we can continue to push him this way right now. Create a little bit of a headache for Japan at least, hopefully. Two, three, we can strike there, we can strike there with the fighters. I think we're just going to leave the 1 infantry there. I mean, he could do 1 infantry and bomber. You know what? Let's not even give him a chance to be lucky. Let's make him have to really consider it if he wants to do that. And so that gives me 5 units. 4 bombers isn't going to strike 5 units. And the tanks can't reach. I mean, he could hit me with more bombers if he wants, I guess. I really dislike bombers these days. They may be replacing the cruisers as my least favorite unit on the game. I say that, but I do build bombers. I don't typically build cruisers. Alright. I think that's all the spaghetti noodles moving around. This is what gives me headaches. We're just going to go with it. Alright. Oh, you know what? One second here. Okay, so what I wanted to do was I was going to bring over a side-by-side comparison. Oh, no, I lost it. Of the this game versus the Loan Shark game, right? So you can see round by round, side by side, and why, although it kind of a similar taste to it. Remember, so this is the Loan Shark game here, and remember how he had that really good round one with his bomber living and Ukraine failing and all that stuff. And so remember, negative is good for me, right? Negatives are allies taking a lead, and so this is just a total unit count. So round four, I've got a 19 positive unit count on him versus in that Loan Shark game, he had 2 units more than me. So we got a 21 unit swing here. And this is partially because of that early luck, dice luck, as well as in this Alaska game, his purchases, he's buying these expensive units, and factories, but he's not getting units on the board right now. So although, again, it's kind of shaping up where, he took Loan Shark took India somewhere down in here. I forget exactly where exactly. He's going to take a little bit sooner than Loan Shark did, but I've got a lot more time still to build up here before he starts hitting. So whole point of that is just kind of show the difference. Now you can see even with that bad wipe of my fleet, I'm still gaining units on him, although he did gain IPC value of units back a little bit, and his attack power improved just a little bit. Uh, Overall, things are still shaping the right direction for me. And I know it's after I had placed the, this is after Russia's turn, so look at that, 32 for Russia. But, attack power is on the positive, 67.99 versus 82, so still got the income right now, so we should be able to extend our unit count lead even more before he starts to be able to turn around if Japan starts taking Africa. And I'm prepping up a little bit more defensively this way than I did against Loan Shark. The other thing that I will say with this setup, even though I did come down here, these 2 transports can come back and hit France and Northwest Europe if I can get enough defenses in here to stack C-Zone 8. I don't know if we will or not, depends on what he builds. Certainly he's got, again, 10 units that can attack there. I'm going to have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, plus a UK build. So hopefully we'll be able to stack C-Zone 8 at least and trade one of these 2 properties. If not, we should be able to come up to 3, clean up the Nordics and Iceland, and not have his fighters be able to threaten me. Alright, that was a little bit longer, but that's where we stand. Alright, so after the fact, I realized my mic was not working, or had been muted, starting on UK 5 through UK 6's turn. I'd already recorded the videos, so I noticed it. I'm going to do my best to rehash what I can. I don't really, these are a few days old now, so I don't necessarily remember what all I was saying, so I may skip between parts. Big thing here, again, he's got 4 bombers, 5 fighters, 3 subs, and that's a whole lot. I don't have enough to go to C-Zone 3, even if I take Iceland, Norway, and Finland. The 7, I believe, was still enough when I did the calculation for him to be able to threaten me, but I really, really wanted to come to Sea Zone 8 anyways. And he's already shown the propensity to make a iffy attack on fleets. And what I was looking at is the potentiality of setting up a coin flip battle in Sea Zone 8, a massive coin flip battle in Sea Zone 8. So that's what I'm doing a lot of the talking here. Japan, we already knew we were bailing out of India. We already knew we were bailing out of India with him moving his units over here, his German units over. That's going to complicate things a little bit because we have to have enough in Persia to survive uh, the 311, but also his 4 bombers up there can hit Persia. So ultimately, that means I need at least 2 fighters in Persia to protect it, which means I can't attack the battleship with my fighters. I mean, I could go 1, 2, 3, but they had to land in Caucasus. They can't come back to Persia. I could come down with my fighters and they go to Persia, but then I couldn't go to Sea Zone 8, and I need them in Sea Zone 8 to move to Sea Zone 8. So ultimately, all of that's just kind of saying that we're adding up to the fact that the battleship's going to continue to live again another round. And if y'all have seen a few of my games, I I don't get too stressed about the battleship transport living. Yes, they cause us some problems. Yes, it can be a headache, but it's not as game altering as I initially thought. I thought I had to kill that battleship and I had to kill it on round 1 uh, or else. But I think I've shown in KJF and KGF that I can let that battleship live and mitigate it is better than attacking it sometimes. I think here I was just talking about how again he's focusing down south and leaving a weakness to the north and central part of Japan. I was noting that, as again, I wanted to attack that, but I couldn't put U.S. or Russian troops into Persia because then when it became time after UK, Japan's going to move into India, so then UK is going to have to move out, and so anything that's left there, anything that moves in after Japan moves to India is then going to be killed and wiped by Japan following right behind me. So I couldn't any Russian or U.S. units left in Persia were going to get wiped by Japan afterwards. So that's why I could not move those fighters or those tanks down there to help out. And I talk and I talk and I talk. I was looking also talking about here how I can't really go to Egypt and stack Egypt with bringing U.S. because U.S. is going to move after Japan. After Japan moves to India, if U.S. moved to there, then they're going to be getting, Japan's going to be dead zoning Egypt. So I couldn't really move my stack into Egypt because these bombers and this would be a 1 Japan 2 wipe there. So we're getting a little knocked back on our feet just a little bit here with these Germans still alive, the German battleship, and Japan coming through India. I apologize. I can't seem to completely kick this little cough I've been having. This is the other thing. He moved them into the dead zone. All right. I had set everything up to intentionally dead zone Baltic especially. Poland was a weaker dead zone, right? Because I had 1 less infantry that could come there at least. But um, he's going for it. So he put it in Baltic, which is really into a dead zone. I can't let him just move into a dead zone and not do something about it. So here's me bringing up the calculator just to show you what it looks like. And as you can see, that's all the numbers in there. It's a rather profitable battle for me. at high odds. So it's one of those things I can't do, cannot, excuse me, cannot not do. But one thing to note, it's going to leave me with 3 tanks and 3 artillery left. And when we get back to the game, I'll jump up a little bit. He built 5 tanks plus all that air plus the 3 infantry, so he's going to turn around and wipe me right back out if I do the take. So this is going to go be a bam, 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 bam. But not the same. But I do have these guys that I can move into range plus a build, and continue to go back and forth with Germany. All right, let's get to some combat. Oh, my purchase first here is 3 destroyers. One for India to block him from shooting across with his 4 transports, and 2 for Sea Zone 8. And that's a sad build for UK. I did not like. If you know me, I do not like building destroyers in a game where there's not going to be a big fleet battle. I don't like building guys like that. But I wanted to tempt him into this. And you're going to notice I'm only going to put 1 transport in this whole stack because I know it's a 50-50 and I know how my dice have been lately, it seems like. So, and I could have used these guys, but I decided to hold them back because, again, I'm going to move my transports up to here to get them safe from the bombers. And I want them to be able to have something that they can attack with. So we're using troops off of England. And I'm going to put both in, even though I only needed one, because again, we know he's going to be low on ground units, and that's what I want to focus in on is, kill as many of his ground units, make him use as many of his ground units as possible. Da, 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 da. Sometimes I talk a lot. What can I say? Oh yeah, blitzing the tank through because again, like I said, anything that I leave in the arch here around the Red Sea is going to be in trouble after Japan's turn. So, and then of course Germany's going to be able to move down here in Australia. One thing I did say is, I'm going to move him over here to West Australia, even though he really has them dead zone between all his transports and his 2 battleships. He could kill the 3 quite easily, but because the air can't reach it, he's going to need to use at least 2 transports. And if he's got 2 transports coming this way, then that's 2 transports not going this way towards Africa and India. Da, 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 da. Oh, yeah, I started to play with the idea back here in Egypt of, well, what if... But you'll see I changed my mind back again. Good old dice. Only the 1 battle, though, so not much dice to look at this time. And another miss. And another miss. There we go. We got the hit. But of course he returned it. So yeah, so here we go. moving everything into Sea Zone 8, except for the transports. We're moving all the transports to safety. We needed at least 2 fighters in Persia, so we got them coming from India. And again, that's to be safe from the Germans and the bombers. I did decide, you can see I'm bringing my sub up because he's got subs in the attack. I'm realizing we're just going to need all the fodder we can get up here as well. Just get it on up there. Ready for a US turn? And here we go. Here's US. US 5, so Japan took their turn. As you can see, 2 infantry, 4 artillery, 3 tanks. He's focusing. He's going to be focusing his build down here on these guys. Took India as expected, of course. And just talking about how Japan, he's got 1, 2, 3 transports that can all hit there, plus the battleships. Not sure why he's got his fighters sitting over there instead of on the carriers. I just noticed that now. I think I assumed that the fighters are on the carrier too when I was doing this. Them sitting there doesn't really help unless he was just wanting to be able to come back that way with a 1, 2, 3. I don't think I caught that originally. And yeah, he killed, traded that, killed the Vinkai's guys, but I kept the territory, so yay. Alright. Oh, yeah, so I was commenting that again, he's going to have that transport that could come over. So you're going to see I end up choosing to buy a bomber because I had the money to do so. And by having a bomber, I'm going to be able to, if he decides to go for Alaska, I'll kill the transport. He's going to have to pay the transport for the bomber, or for Alaska. If I remember right, I'm not sure that I have any attacks that I did this turn. Yeah, there were no attacks, so on to non-combat. Pull these guys back, get them to safety. Guys on up. I thought about moving the tank to Northern Africa, but I got more units in the south, so I ultimately decided he'll be better off utilized in the south. I still wasn't sure exactly what I was going to do with the fighter yet, so I decided to hold off there. Again, bringing our subs up for fodder and loading Sea Zone 8. Move the transports over. I wanted to be careful here too. You're going to see I moved the transport all the way up, I believe, as well. Because again, he's got 4 bombers and I've got 4 units, and he's shown the ability to attack. So just having 1 transport in there was my decision. Again, just reviewing, I can't really put them in Persia. It's not an option. I was making note I could fly them over there if I wanted to bring this transport or bring this fighter back, but I decided to put that fighter back here with the carrier to protect from those bombers. So there we go. Oh, I thought I put one transport in there. I guess I decided not to have a transport in there at all. Switching over to my defense because I know he could go for it and I want my maximum defense profile. So in other words, carrier before fighters. Because again, we're just putting it, this is basically a toss-up between his units and the fleet here. Oh, I was just switching over to submerge because I had that one sub sitting in there, and earlier in the game he was going after subs that were by themselves and testing them, so we did want him to submerge, but I still want my carrier first. So again, putting that bomber down, so if he decides to go for it, we'll take him out. What's going on over here? So yeah, so I didn't put a transport there. I left the guys back, and that way there was no risk of a transport if he decided to go for wiping. 32 IPC for Russia in round 6. That's a nice number. See, I was going at 30 attack power low in all of this. So, although I did have, but that doesn't show. And I think I started doing a spreadsheet on this game. I can't remember. Um, but regardless, I know the unit count is much higher for me. Even though he's got the attack power, I've got the unit count, and so that total strength is still on my behalf. And if you just see, he's only got 75 income, so that's the one. Those are the positives, but it looks bad with his attack power being so high there. I was just double checking how much I'm going to be getting next turn. So I get the 27, 28, 29. For sure, and then we're going to be attacking that too, although we're thinking about maybe doing a strafe there. We're just going to go ahead and get all the artillery we can since we are attacking with everything and just get our max build. Down here, he still hasn't got anything to threaten my Russians, so I'm just kind of sitting there holding some US IPC. And I was talking about I could come down here, but then he'll just wipe them. So I'm not really looking to trade with Japan per se as much as if this was Germany I was trading with, it'd be a different story, but I need to kind of just hang back. The battle that makes me nervous. What you didn't see is, again, I made note, I started game 12, and in game 12, Germany put into Karelia on G1 with my tank buy, and he did it when I had a dead zone. I had 7 units, 7 infantry surviving West Russia, and so I went for Karelia and got horribly decimated and had to retreat to Arch, and even then was at a risk of him crushing me. And then that game turned into a bloodbath. That's that G1 carrier game. It actually would have been an interesting game to record had I been doing it, but I was just wanting to play it quickly. Anyways, back to this. Here we go. So this is our going in into there. And dice are kind. At least just not bad. Average finish is with 3 artillery and 3 tanks, I believe. It was. I'm this. I'm gonna let it play out so we can get the dice. This one. He does have that AA in there too. It's always scary using your two Russian fighters against an AA. That's a big sigh of relief. Anytime you see the AA miss. 9 hits. Back. I did have the total unit advantage going into it, so he's got 9 left. I've got 13 ground left plus my 2 air, so it's good enough to go ahead and give it another roll. Out 4 of them. Down 3. So this is where you gotta look at it and go, okay, do I retreat with this and know he's got 5 tanks coming behind it plus all that air, so 19 units coming behind. I could retreat 12, build 2, 14, 15, and I can move those Russians up. Plus he's got the 4 from Norway up there, or Finland, excuse me. So, I mean, he's going to have 23 units. I'm going to have potentially 23 units. We know he's a gambler. He'd have a lot of high hitting units between tanks and bombers and fighters versus my, 17-ish, whatever it was, I was going to be hitting at 2. So it's iffy. If I retreat everything to Karelia and move West Russia up to Karelia, could go for that and potentially crush me. And like I said, we know he takes risky battles. This is me just pointing out he's only got what 14 ground units. If we were to take out the Baltic, he'd only have 14 ground units there. So we decided to go for it. Got our 5 hits. He got 3 hits back. So we ended up with 1 extra artillery, right? I think I said 3 and 3 is what was expected. So we got 4 and 3. So out of impulse, I decided to go ahead and throw the AA in there, make it painful for him. So you know what I was talking about at this point. I guess I was debating on the whole Karelia, what I was going to do up there, because again, it is a bit risky. He's got 4 infantry and all that air. So we're putting 12 units up there. But the other thing we got to be mindful of is, this is Russia 6, Japan 6. We expect him to come into Persia. And I'm up here. So Russia 7, I can come down, but he's already coming in into, potentially coming into here. So The good news is, I mean, we had the 8 units that were in there. We had the 8 units that were in Moscow coming to West Russia. So, oh, that's restarting. Let's go to UK 6. Last one. It's actually UK 6 got broken into 2 videos, so I'll have to adjust in there. So, right off the bat here we can see Germany changed quite a bit. So just check this out. He's down to 4 bombers and a fighter. So he attacked C-Zone 8 and he attacked the Baltic. He went for both of them and he bought 2 more subs. So he was a very aggressive attack. You know, if he had just sent everything to Baltic, he would have wiped them out. But instead, you know, he sent a stack over to France. And here you can see we lost 30 IPC. He lost 40 plus 18, 58 IPC. The big thing, 4 fighters lost there. And then in the Baltics down here, you can see I lost 4 artillery plus the AA is 21, 27 IPC. He lost 12, 24, so 36, or excuse me, 9 and 24, so 33. So this was a fairly even outcome. But still, he was greedy. He went for both. And then, yes, he, of course, did his whole take Caucasus again. Understandable. So, yes, this was a key part here before I jumped ahead. Again, do I go for the battleship? I've got 3 fighters here I could attack with the battleship, and we're retreating back to Caucasus. But he's got this German set of 5 guys here. Do I use my 3-1 tank and my 3 fighters to wipe out these Germans so that the Germans don't just pick up extra money when I'm trying to crush them back here? Ultimately, what I do talk about is the fact that, you know, Germany getting IPCs is better than Japan getting African IPCs in most games. But my bigger thing is if he moves 3 and then moves Japan on top of it, and then he moves 3 and then moves Japan on top of it, U.S. is going to have a hard time dealing. Those U.S. troops in Africa are going to have a hard time dealing with that double stack. So the quick version is ultimately I decide to let the battleship live again as I continue to just let him transport on up. I'm hoping that I'll be able to stack both of these this next turn, but I gotta watch out. I gotta make sure I protect versus Japan. That's gonna be coming up. The next talk is I got 5 transports here that can't get down here. Unfortunately, they can only come up this way, so we gotta start planning our northern attack next. I was doing some count on some of the units and his units Japan coming up and figuring all that out. Setting up here. I don't really want to break in Caucasus quickly. Good news is coming up to C Zone 3 is 1, 2, 3, 4 that the fighters, these 4 fighters are gonna could come back down. Oh, what I was talking about there, let me jump back real quick, is I could stay in C Zone 8 and go up there. I could try and stretch myself really thin, but that would make it really a 50-50 toss up here or here. And all I could really do with 1 transport is 1 artillery into Northwest Europe. And was it really worth the risk of this very aggressive player for me to stay and just get Northwest Europe? So ultimately I decided not to. I decided to just move everything on up. Go. We're going to build our infantry in there. We're talking about we're going to take 1 artillery, building 5 infantry, plus the 1 artillery gives me 6 units for my 3 transports next turn. So I'm able to build 2 bombers. I said I want to believe I had like 45 IPC. No, that's not right. What I build 15 and 39 IPC. So I said, why I'm rich? Let's buy them why I'm rich. Because when Africa starts folding, UK is not going to be rich anymore, and we're not going to have the chance to buy nice things like bombers. So I went back and forth forever on do I attack the battleship or do I attack TJ? Battleship TJ, battleship TJ. I was talking about how I plan on bringing the 4 U.S. transports down this way next turn, maybe. Since the bombers in here, he can no longer hit them there, so they could go naked down there. Okay, so there's where I decided to go with TJ. We're going to take out Iceland. And then also get my tank. Somehow get my tank to Finland. Since I had 3 transports, I could do 1 infantry and 1 artillery, and then the 1 tank over here again to get the tank getting quicker down this way as possible. I want to get as many. That's one of the things I talked about. Is I needed to focus on getting units to the center of the board as Japan starts to become a threat. Again, I talked about how I'm going to leave them here again because still, if he has to bring 2 transports back this way, so be it. I'd rather him bring 2 transports this way than those 2 transports coming in here to the middle of the board in Africa. So I'm going to leave my 3 infantry hanging out there, even though he could kill them. It's one of those, it's okay to sit in the dead zone. So Iceland is very important because if I don't take Iceland, it's going to get really thin for the U.S. to take both Norway and Iceland, and then we have that extra fighter sitting down there. Oh, and this is where my computer locked up. So we're going to switch to the next video. And this is the Iceland battle. So I think I was just talking about why it was important that we win this and that it'll make the season 3 iffy if I don't take it, and that 1 fighter he has still living could make a difference. And it'll determine how many fighters I can land in season 3 and if I can move any straight ahead to West Russia instead. Come on. Hit that roll of the dice. Start the battle. So there we go. Success. Da, da, da. Oh, Transjordan. Here we go. A nice big 5 hit right off the bat on the first round of dice with only 2 back. So Transjordan went well. Of course, even with them going well, I did talk about, well, what if I left a couple guys here? What if I left these guys in Egypt? You know, make him fight and work for it. Although I knew I wanted the AA coming back. But ultimately, I'm going to decide to just pull out, let Japan do what they're going to do. Da, 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 da. Decide, you know, putting the sub in C Zone 8, I can get any which way I want. I thought about coming back this way because he's got this destroyer sub heading up. So I thought about coming down here to contest them, but I really had no air force to go with them. So what was the point? So ultimately, computer catch back up with me again. Ultimately, I end up taking him to C Zone 8 because he can get to wherever we need to from there. And it looks like my computer just froze on me again. I am working on an ancient computer. Alright, and it just jumped on us. So anyway, so yeah, so sub ultimately started to go 9, and then I decided 8 so that we could get into any of the C zones that we need to get into. I am flying. Oh, I almost missed that he had those 2 Japan bombers. I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 because I was going to take 3 fighters there and just have 1 fighter, 1 carrier there. Last second I realized, oh, we need to go over there. So we end up putting 3 fighters, 2 carriers up in C Zone 3 and just 1 fighter over. Because again, these fighters are going to be able to fly to Caucasus anyways. Next turn. So, but I almost missed that. I almost let him wipe out those transports with his bombers. Just trying to just zoom in for take a minute, let you see the board, see what this looks like up here. That US we're planning on taking Norway and getting all those transports over. So you can see the numbers and all that fun stuff here. Down here is this side of the board. So there we go. All right. And that should be it for this turn. All right, so I think my mic is working now. So Japan took their turn. 3 infantry, 4 artilleries, 2 tanks was their buy. The big thing is he took out my carriers. And this actually plays a little, it was a smart move. I mean, well, okay, I don't think it was a smart move. It ended up being a smart move. You know, the last time he attacked me, I had fighters before carrier. So that's what I would thought he would think I would have for a decent profile. So 3 fighters and 2 carriers, taking 2 bombers after it. I wouldn't have even taken the battle. As it is, I'd forgot that I'd left it on carrier. I should have switched it back to fighter before carrier. I forgot. I had it carrier before fighter for the big battle I was prepared for down here, and forgot to switch it back last turn. So he kills the 2 carriers, and those fighters land on Iceland. 1, that means they now can't make it down to Caucasus next turn. 2, which actually turns out not to be too big a deal, but still frustrating. But 2 means he can pull this sub up to here, which means I can't send this destroyer as much as I want to send the destroyer and a fighter to clear that. If I don't send the destroyer up to here and I just have cruiser, battleship, sub, carrier, 2 fighters. He sends his 2 subs and 4 bombers, and it's a toss-up. It's a 50-50 toss-up with 6 transports sitting up there. So I've got to send my destroyer. I got to keep it, you know what, while we're talking about it, fighters last. I do not want to... Do I have another sub out there I need to worry about? I forget. I don't have another sub out there I need to worry about. Yeah, so we can take submerge off. Because we don't want him to... We don't want him to submerge. I do want to set him to submerge because I do have that sub sitting out there for them. This one we want to send to fighter before carrier. So yeah, I can't go down here to take him, so this sub's going to threaten here, so I can't build more transports this turn without proper footing. So these transports are going to come on up to here. He can't reach that with his subs. He can't reach that 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to take Norway. So he can't, you know, hit anything there. So they'll be safe here, and that'll give me the opportunity to bring them all the way into here if I want to, or into 6, or most likely into 3 or France next turn. But annoying. Over here, he does have his 1 transport here, which I don't want to neglect the USA. I need to build 2 infantry to be safe, or if you notice, his nearest navy's way back here, so I'm going to drop a sub. So 1, the transport can't attack because he can't go where a sub's sitting without a warship accompanying him. And 2, if he decides to go for Alaska most likely or Pearl, he's going to have to pay the price of losing the transport. And then next turn I can come up and create some harassment or make him spend money on building a destroyer or bringing this destroyer back, or you know, something along those lines, or bringing this destroyer back, I guess. So I'm going to build a sub. I'm also going to go ahead and build a tank just in case he takes his 1 guy here so I can run him over. And then we're going to build 6 guys for these 3 boats going here to come back to pick up next time. Now originally my plan was going to be 2 transports here and then drop infantry tank into Finland, but I realized his planes aren't going to have much to do other than attack Sea Zone 3, which he probably will. But if he was smart, if I did that, I would have an infantry and 2 tanks, and I was going to use my bomber to hit here, sitting there, and you know, these 5 planes hitting that is actually a very profitable battle for him if he went for that. So just to be safe, because it is important we take it, we're just going to hit with everything. I don't think it's worth going after him. I think that's our only attack this time. Now we are going to be able to, the other interesting thing here is, so he's got 6 ground, 3 planes, and 2 battleships. But I've got 10 plus 2 anti-airs and 2 more infantry that's going to go there before he gets a turn. So we're going to move on up here and stack in here and make him have to work for the getting the rest of this. And we're going to do something a little bit particular there in a minute. But for now, let's get this attack out. Now it's critical we take this, or else that, again, that 1 fighter would tip the battle, or the sea battle, to where it's actually in his favor. Oh my god. Whew. That was waiting until it was over. I was gonna say it's a 99% chance I'd take it, but then all of a sudden it was looking awfully scary there. Of course, now that leaves him a positive target there that he could hit. But whatever. So he knows I'm leaving one infantry back, and the reason being only one of his transports can make it to South Africa right now. So the best he can put is 2 units there. I have an infantry, a tank, and a bomber that I could come back and hit them with if he does that. So, whereas if I just leave the UK guys, I'd need to get some fighters down here next turn as well in order to threaten it. But I'm not sure I want to commit my fighters down there. I want to have my fighters most likely in here. No, I forgot about a buy more. I had extra money to spend. I thought about buying some destroyers here, but you know, we're turning the corner here, and we've got these fighters. We can rebuild a carrier. I don't want to spend more money if we don't have to, and I don't think we need to. Although I think a destroyer or destroyer carrier might be my build in UK, though. We'll see. Alright, Russia, we're going for max builds right now. I'm hoping to get 4 more IPC on this turn. That'll give me a 30, so that'll be solid. So we can spend on that artillery. So 6 infantry, 2 tanks here makes me okay with his air, tank, and ground. So that's what I'm going to go for. I'll move another guy over if I need to. Now, you'll notice outside of this transport, he's got nothing up here. He's focusing all his development, even his builds, he played here. So he's focusing on the 9 units coming through here, and that's what he's focusing on, everything going. And so he's going to continue to do that, which means he's weak up here. So we're going to do that. I'm going to leave the ability to bring this tank back or over here, depending on what goes on. If I have to move another unit here, I might want to bring my tank over. I can't hit here because I need my fighters. I want my fighters to land down here. So we'll just use them just to make sure there's no stupid dice happen. No stupid dice there. He did get the hit, of course. So let's see, we're going to be building 4. 4 will give me 8, 9, 10, 11, 7 fighters. I think we're going to bring 1 tank back just to make him less tempted. Now the question is do I want to move him here, make him trade, or do I want to just move him back? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I feel like he's a waste going here. Now he could blitz his tanks to Moscow, but we're going to be putting 8 guys there, and he could do 3 tanks, 3 fighters, but we should be okay there. Such a silly decision. Do you let him blitz in and out of there for free, or is he gonna move there? I just ran it. It does give him a 35% chance to blitz and take Moscow. I'd be able to take it back, but I think we're just going to do that to be overly cautious. Now I do want to bring one of those guys back. There we go. I know it's going to let Germany, like I said, we're taking the pressure off of Germany, unfortunately, but we should be able to trade those 2 back, and he shouldn't be able to get to Karelia at least, so take what we can. Do very well. 13, 14, 17 units going there. We're going to have 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 20. His 17. Yeah, he probably can stack Kaza if he wants. That could be trouble. Especially if he hits here and actually takes out those tanks. Alright, well, anyways, we'll see what he does. Alright, so here we go. Heading into UK 7. Germany. I was going to review real quick, actually. I'm going to pull my spreadsheet out here because last turn really was a big turning turn here. So here's my good old spreadsheet with round by round. Again, negative is Allies lead for me. And like I said, we had taken a unit advantage, but if you look at it, we had kind of started to level out. And even the IPC value, so it was just really early, but then we had really kind of leveled out. And actually his attack power and defense power, he was starting to gain some advantage on, and then came that round 6. And you can see things just spun on its head with those, basically came down to those attacks that he made. And so if we look at round 6, so this is round 6 here, here's Germany's losses. 43 units Germany lost in round 6 alone. Now, I mean, Russia did lose 23 and UK 11, but 43 units by Germany down and out. So that's the good news. I mean, we get the turn, and I'm starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. His battleship, this is a game that it may be a KGF that I never killed a battleship on. He's just not convenient for me to kill still, so I still may not kill him. He just may never get killed. I don't know. I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I can't even get him with my bombers. So, anyway, I just find it funny that Yeah, the battleship, the original Germany battleship may never die. Um, we'll see. I do have a little bit concerned. So he did use it to take Egypt here, which opens up this Suez, and there's nothing I can do before Japan's turn about this Suez. So there's a possibility he could come through here with 3 battleships, some sort of crazy Axis fleet coming through, and then we have to protect, ourselves over here. So it's something I just need to keep in mind. I mean, of course, that would come with slowing down his Japan progression. The one good thing that one of the good thing I can say here is, I think he did that so that he could transport. If he wants to, he could move 3 tanks, 3 fighters, and transport 6 units over, and it would give him a defense against me trying to kill Egypt with the U.S. units. So, and then that would also seal that Suez being open because I can really shut it down. But if he does that, then he's not grabbing these guys back off of DEI. And if he slips and he grabs these guys off DEI and he doesn't protect them, I do have this bomber sitting here, So I don't think he will. I think he'll end up moving the fleet back, and he'll grab these guys and maybe just push units forward and not go for Egypt. But if he makes a jump for Egypt, it'll make for some interesting things. It'll mean that these guys aren't being shucked because he can't build, transports down here, or my bomber will snipe them out. I guess he could, actually, now I think about it, he could move these fleet back and still do it and build some transports there. So that could be a possibility. And that might be where he's heading to, so that he can shuck directly into here 2-2, which would make sense. Build 2 transports here, move the fleet back. As I talk myself into it, that's what I would do if I was him. I would shuck 6 units, move the artillery, move the tanks over, move the fighters over, build 2 transports, get some fleet back here to protect him, and then you got 1 transport going bam bam, bam bam, and then you got 2 coming, 2 going, 2 coming, 2 going, pumping right into the horn, directly into the horn. So that's 5 units a turn pumping right into here. And remember, because of these guys, I can't really come down yet. And I say yet, we're going to be bringing some transports back, and we're going to be working on that. So he did buy 5 infantry, 5 artillery. Like I said, oh yes, he bombed 4 bombers going into the Russian territories. Oh yay, oh yay, oh yay. I'm already having some reliving some trauma there. Nothing else really earth-shaking here. Oh. He did 8 points of damage with those 4. So under hit, did not lose any bombers. We know my my factories can't shoot an AA gun for the life of them. So. Alright. Let's see what he ends up doing. What we're going to do, we're going to build 2 infantry. We're going to go ahead and build a destroyer carrier that we're going to drop, and we're going to go ahead and take these guys with the UK. I really was debating on sending non-combat a UK transport into here and splitting my fleet up, but the more I think about it, the more I'm just going to shuck these guys and shuck these guys, and because of the Japan guys down here, I'm going to go ahead and need some US Navy down, and it also helps prepare if he decides to do anything crazy here. So we're going to go 8, 10, and 3 this turn. The downside is that does gives him the opportunity to blitz straight through to Karelia, and he's got enough air where he'll hit and crush anything I build there. So, I'm thinking I'm going to leave my tank there. I'm going to park my UK tank there this turn. That way, at the very least, maybe I'll hit his German tank and he won't take it. And then if he doesn't attack the UK tank, then can come on down to Caucasus next turn. So 2 infantry, carrier, destroyer. I hate wasting artillery in a non-combat scenario, but we're going to go ahead and do that. Then we're going to have 4. I built 2, so that'll give me 6 units for next turn. These guys don't have anything really special to do other than to go ahead and return the bombing favor. I'm going to go ahead and pick off the single artillery there, give him warning that I will start picking off single guys. Boy, that sounds wrong. But anyways, I'm going to start picking off single units sitting out there, and hopefully, you know, constrict him. The other good thing he's got to be mindful of, I'm bringing a bunch of Russians in here, so I'm going to be dead zoning Persia, or making it hard. He's going to have to keep a lot of units back in Persia so that he won't be able to push as aggressively into Africa as he wants, because I got no reinforcements for Africa for a while. I think I could do anything useful with him, really. Nothing worth going at there. Alright, let's return some 6s. Whew, that's all I really care about. This is bonus. 7. Alright, right on the spot. Oh my goodness. Do I do it again? The thing about it is, it makes it where the US attack is a 50-50 if I take out 1 unit. If I'm not, I'm definitely taking on a negative battle. Alright, whew. I was okay losing 1 plane over it, but if I'd have lost 2 planes over it, I would have been a not happy guy. I mean, I take those battles kind of accepting that I have to be okay that I might lose one guy on there. Just gonna tuck him in for right now. He's got enough air that I don't really want to let him trade too efficiently. You know what? I'm going to bring them up. That gives me the threat of the 1-2 and closing down the Suez, so we're going to do that. Because like I said, it's essentially 50-50 with the US hitting, so I could always do that and then close it down with the UK. Granted, he's going to have, you know, 6 more men he can bring the next turn, and it's all a wipe, and then he's running wild, so not sure if I'll actually do that or not yet, but it certainly is a possibility. All right. All right, we're going to take one of them out with a US destroyer. Do we care about... I think I want fighters before carrier, right? Because these guys can't reach. He's only going to have 3 that can hit. So yeah, I think we want to switch this on back over to fighters before carriers for UK. We don't need submerge on. All right. So this is the whole European scene. These bombers, they can't reach Sea Zone 3. They can reach 5. They can't reach 8. And then the whole Africa, India, Japan scene here. There we go. Alright, so here we come into US 7, Japan's turn. They bought 3 tanks, a bomber, and a complex. They finally put a complex, I believe, up there in Manchuria. Is that right? Oh no, yeah, in Manchuria. He did, that's his first complex in Manchuria. 3 tanks and a bomber on top of it. Bomber down here, 3 tanks in India. You can see he came down here and he, well, he attacked Kazakh without any loss. He came down and he brought the 2, which I've been wanting him to bring 2 transports down here to attack the, is that West Australia there, right? Which is interesting because I think he forgot about this bomber that can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And when I kill those transports, there is nothing that can hit back, so the bomber can fly right back out and not get hurt too. So he did what I wanted. I got a bonus. I'm going to get to kill those transports, and that's going to be painful because now he's going to be down to just 1 transport with his complex here that's just sitting wasting. You know, he has 6 spots he could have built here. He built a bomber out of them. So and then he also didn't try to make the move for Africa. He's just going to stuff up into Persia, which I'm perfectly comfortable stopping him right there. So that's what our play is looking like. I forgot I did want to check one thing on my calculators that I forgot to check here, because I think I can stack Novo as well if I do it smartly. Oh, he does have those 3 fighters. I forgot about them. Maybe not. Yeah, no, the fighters are going to make it a little bit different. A little more difficult to do that than I'd thought, and I'm just not going to give him an opportunity. I probably could. It's more a matter of should when I'm feeling pretty confident now at this point in the game. So I think we're just going to take it kind of easy. We're going to buy 7 infantry. I thought about building the factory for Norway. It just feels awkward building it in round 7 and Germany's already huddled. So I went ahead and I think I'm going to buy a fighter and a bomber instead. I couldn't buy another transport to start getting units over faster because of the sub here, so he's kind of forcing me into buying expensive units. And I don't know. I mean, gosh, it's late, but I almost feel like this is a better deal, right? Because I'll be pumping in 2 at a turn, and I'm still got a few turns. I mean, I don't have any. I mean, these are my only U.S. troops on the ground here, so even though he's down to 21 ground, I've only got 3 U.S. there, so I still got a little while till I'm going to be pushing him. These guys will be coming in. Maybe a factory will help speed things up just a little bit. I got a couple bombers running around. That'll let me spend a little bit on some of the nicer things. We don't have to worry about the transport. We'll just go straight. I mean, it's heavier on the infantry artillery than I really want. Let's see, what are we gonna be getting? That's gonna go to back to UK. And we're not gonna be getting any other IPC, and we're at what, 42? Let's save a little bit. 44. Next turn we're gonna need to buy 6, 18, 26. That'll allow me to buy 2 loaded carriers, or 2 loaded transports. So yeah, let's do that. Combat, we will take the sub. We'll take out his transports. And because we're taking his transports out, he's going to be slow coming in. So we're going to go ahead and just knock out Egypt and stack Egypt. I was a little worried about with the transports. Now, he could build the transports back, and I'll have to do some sort of retreat and fly fighters over and whatnot, but it looks like he's intent on just trying to gun up the middle. I think we got him. By the way, the only reason I chose that to go after that sub rather than the other is because the fighter can't reach there, so if he wants to attack my destroyer, he's going to have to risk his bomber on a 1v1. And I don't know if that's worth it. I probably wouldn't do it, but he's shown to be a little bit more risky with his air. Oh, duh. I said all that. He does have his artillery there that'll kill it. But nonetheless, it was still worth killing 2 transports of Japan's. So, I'm not worried about that. Protect us against that sub. Three units, he could attack that. Let's come up here instead. Do we want to put 2 tanks here even though he can blitz 1 tank and all that? I don't think we will. Cruiser carrier versus his sub bomber. I suppose, yeah, I mean, what's the chance of that one sub hurting the battleship, right? I can let the battleship just be by itself back there, maybe. Let's not bring the sub back too. Let's keep the sub up there for a kill shot for for Germany attacking me. These guys can't reach. That's the good news. They can't go. So it's just the sub bomber, sub cruiser carrier. We should be fine. Let's fighter 4 carrier. Okay. So he'll probably go sub bomber on the destroyer. This guy I'm going to go ahead and put him here. I was thinking about coming this way and pressuring him, but here just guarantees he doesn't take a cheap shot on Alaska right now. The fighters into defense. Looks good, I think. That way, you know, with the carrier too, if when he brings these bombers back, if he builds another plane or another sub or 2 or whatever, you know, we can continue to build just right off of the Norway. Alright, let's repair Caucasus. And that gives us 24. I don't really want to build in Karelia at all though, so we gotta take those out. So that would be 4 here, 8 that I could build. A couple extra points. I suppose I could put 1 infantry up there. I guess 2 infantry up there would be a better dissuader of him doing the double hit. So 4, 3, that's 7, 8, 9, 27. Yeah, let's do that, right? So, you know, doing the math, we would have the 2 infantry and a tank, which is 4, 4, 5, 13. Now, he'll have these guys, which are 6. I mean, he'll definitely have. He'll win the battle. It's just a matter of how profitable will it be. I'm gonna go to the calculator for that one. I'm not good at doing that much math in my head. That still makes it profitable for him, actually. Interesting. So yeah, no, let's just. We'll build the 8 in these 2 provinces. Oh, yes, we do want to. I am glad it had that warning message. Woo! We almost didn't build units. I want to put some artilleries in here. Let's see, we got 3 artilleries floating around. Let's put a couple artilleries in there, even though he's bombing. So I guess he did build that to fight me off going this way, which I'm gonna go ahead and pull these guys back because he does have that bomber down here too. That I don't think it's worth trying to harass him up there for these 1-point territories that he's gonna win back. So we're gonna just worry about turtling back. And I see he's online, so maybe we'll get our turns have slowed down a little bit. I think we're on different time zones for the most part, so hopefully with the weekend coming up here, we'll be able to get a few more turns in. And neither of us have been stalling. I don't want to imply that he's been stalling at all. We've just been missing each other. Here you go. Miss. Alright. Make him throw some ground units around to trade. I guess that's the one thing, if I had built the guys there, he wouldn't have been able to use all his air for trading here, which he's going to have to do, so. Oh well, whatever. go. So look at the Navy, Air Force Navy setup here. I guess his bombers are right down there. And then we've got 11 guys there. So certainly I can't really push him off, but I can at least sit here, keep him from going back and forth through the Suez or something. So the interesting thing here with taking this, I mean, depends what he does with his battleship transport here, right? But I mean, it doesn't really matter what he does. I should be able to kill him if I want to. But like this turn, he's got no one even to pick up, so they can't even really do anything. So if he doesn't put people in there, is it even worth attacking the battleship? So, alright. Okay, so Germany, 8 infantry, had to repair 5 damage. Woohoo! Go bombing raids. So he's down to producing 8 units, that's nice. Did some combats, had some success on here. You know, unfortunately, because I had to pull back to meet Japan, that means I'm not really in a position to trade these back this turn. Well, we're going to get these two at least. We just can't train, what's this, Romania? Is that right? Romania, yeah. I mean, I could throw the tanks and do something like that, but I don't think it's worth that much. I think I'm just better off just blocking him up right here at Persia where he can't really advance from Persia. You know, the other thing with Japan, he's got exactly 2 transports. I mean, he's got 3 factories on land that he can produce at, but, you know, he's going to have to spend money on transports. He's going to have to be careful because I do saw my bomber here, so he can't drop him here unless he brings Navy back. So I really do feel good about this. I don't think he's going to get much further than here. You know, even though he got India. The thing with India, I'm not one when I play Axis that I stress too heavily on India. If it's there, I take it, absolutely. You know, the whole point of India is it's a gateway to Africa, in my opinion. And so you're looking for the long game. So Axis, at that point, you're trying to extend the long game. Generally speaking, Axis has the advantage at the beginning of the game. So if my focus is blitz right on in and try to get Moscow first, is my number 1 strategy as Axis. If they give me an opportunity to go to India, then I'll pivot, go to India, and I always try to keep pressure on India, so they have to keep units there. But then I'll pivot to India and then, you know, Africa and play the long game. But in this case, I don't think it's going to do him much advantage. What it does give me, since I'm keeping Africa, is it gives me a lot of money for the UK for 8 production spots I had because I'm trading France too. So I had like 34, 35, something like that. So the decision was, do I go ahead and buy a 4th transport and just, you know, do loads of 8s instead of loads of 6 trading? I decided against that, and instead I'm going to use the extra money to buy bombers and do the bombing raids. I mean, bombing raids are positive, whatever, about 1 point per raid on average. Certainly you've seen where luck can give you a really good advantage from bombing raids. But essentially it's like trading a unit for unit. So, you know, it doesn't let me build up the units for the eventual attack, but it also gives me the cushion so that if I fail to take Germany, then I'm only at 28 production, or if he does make some moves and start taking away some money down here, or come back into this, you know, get the rest of Australia, he'll get the rest of Australia, but if he comes back to New Zealand, you know, whatever, it gives me a little bit of cushion in case he gets there, and then all of a sudden I don't find myself short of money. So that's the play we're going to go. Now, some may think this a waste of a tank, but I am going to do this. And the reason being is I just want to keep funneling and having Russia as much as possible, just toe-to-toe with Japan. And plus I want to bring enough down here, be able to put enough in here to stack Ukraine. So I don't really want to have to use these guys to take there, or at most only have to use one because I clear it with this guy. Now, battleship, he did use his sub attacking the destroyer and lost. So good news is my destroyer is still alive to come deal with this guy, and you know that gives me the 5 guys here. We just have to, with the bombers flying back. Oh, you know what? He does have the advantage here, doesn't he? I didn't even think about that. I had it stacked, so I didn't even think about the fact that the bombers came back. Either way, I think it's time to get rid of the battleship. I gotta think for 1 second. So Japan, he's gonna do whatever he's gonna do. He's probably gonna keep them in range of Season 11 though, because he doesn't want me to be able to build more transports there. I'm on a low transport system with the US right now. So he'll probably bring him back to like here or something like that. So I'm definitely going to bring destroyer sub back at least for the US. I need to protect against 4 bombers. Five planes here, 4 bombers up here. The US does have that guy, and I could fly fighters back. So I think we should be okay, that we should be able to bring some help. Assuming we bring destroyer sub down this way instead, bring the battleship back up. I mean, we should be enough to cover. I just want to make sure I can cover these 3 sea zones without a UK build, because I didn't think about the fact I've only got 4 surface units here. So, and he's got 5, so I'm going to need some US help to hold that. Good news is I don't need all my fighters down here. I only need, well, the 4 fighters alone. I don't need any of the UK fighters is what it boils down to. But I do think it's time to kill the battleship. It is officially time. And I'm choosing to do it with 4 planes, do it hopefully as efficiently as possible. Probably, I haven't decided if I want to ditch the fighter or the bomber yet. I'll probably ditch the fighter for the UK because we got extra fighters now, and I don't think he's going to be building more stuff for them, subs or air. Alright, so just want to make sure we kill that guy cleanly. Normally I would send like 2 planes and just not bother the others, but I've learned dice, don't mess with the dice. Just send it. If you don't have nothing else to do with them better, send them. Alright, I think that's all the attacks. I don't think we got anything down here to attack with. Not my ideal trade here. It's kind of a heavy trade, but I'd rather heavy trade with allies than with Axis, so I'm good. Oh, well, that's good. I'll take that. Again, when the other team, when they have a lot of air, a lot of heavy air, and can trade efficiently, I tend to do a lot of small stacks. So but we're starting to get to the point where he has to trade quite a few territories, so he's going to need all that air. And why'd you have to hit? Alright, hopefully one swing. Only give the battleship one shot. Oh, okay. Woo! Go bombers. I think I'm gonna take a fighter out. I want to save the bombers. I want to start really using UK heavy bomber on Berlin here. Of course, that does mean I need to bring more US. Yeah. So I'm moving one up here because 3 can go 1, 2, 3. Oh, you know what? 2 is what I meant. 2 can go 1, 2, 3, land on a carrier. Carrier fighters can go over there. So that gives me the most pressure on Germany there. And we're going to have to gauge out my US turn because I did take this turn without thinking about this fleet too well. So we may have to do the whole US transports to the C Zone 1 again, don't do 10, and just bring the battleship. I don't know. We'll see. We'll figure it out. I think we should be okay. Move these guys up. Let's see. Since I gotta use one Russian in there, we'll use the UK for fodder over this way. I am building an extra unit, by the way, just in case I decide to go to 4 transports, which I may end up losing a transport anyway, or 2 transports if I'm not careful here. So anyway, so I got 8 units here, so if I do build a transport in the future, I can build it and have it have 2 units to carry right away. So anyways, that's our bit. We'll figure out the Americans' turn and what we'll do. You know, again, worst case scenario, we abandon that transport. Bring the U.S. in to these sea zones. We'll figure it out. Alright, Japan's making their move. They're able to stack Kazakh here, so we're going to have to turtle in. You'll see he also built 7 tanks because of that. Like, so you had the lack of the transport, so you got 7 tanks there that he built and 1 artillery. So, oh, the artillery's down there. So he didn't build on his islands at all, which he's only got the 2 transports. He did kill the bomber here, of course, with the artillery. So, don't know why he left his transport sitting there. I mean, he could have done something good with it, but whatever. I think that was just an oversight, most likely. So we got to pull back to Moscow. Yeah. And it's going to be another turn. You know, I am going to have to build a carrier. So for one, because forgetting I needed to protect these guys, I'm going to be sending my I'm going to be sending my carrier down here, battleship cruiser, and I need to build a carrier and bring these fighters on back to them. The other thing that I'm going to go ahead and do, because I really want to get another transport going, I'm actually going to build a transport out of Norway with the carrier, so that I'll have 4 and 4 transports going at least on the regular shucking here, and also able to just drop 16 units down into France with the UK's possibility at some point here, which may need to be sooner than later since Japan is making their move and they're building tanks, so he's going to be flushing tanks all at me, it looks like, until he builds bombers, and then he'll be going for it. So we gotta start prepping our battle tanks. Alright, so build wise, we're looking at 5 infantry, 2 artillery that I'm building over here. That gives me 7. I'm gonna have 1 left over here. That gives me 8. And I'm going to have these 3 transports plus the one I'm building there to pick up. So we're going to have 4 transports coming back next turn. We are going to use my destroyer sub to chase this sub away. I'm going to go ahead and put the no, I'm not. I'm going to bring the transports down here because I want to be able to stack them. He's got like a 18% shots of taking a sub versus a destroyer sub, but I'm just going to risk it because I think I need to. I can't go too conservative, so carrier, transport on my other builds there. So obviously these are going to be dead zoning Persia, but I want to go ahead and get in here and start trading. I got to watch out for transports builds, which could cause some issues there though, so we need to be mindful of that. Keep on bombing. Have UK hopefully bombing there as well. Start grinding Germany on down here. On the other attacks, I think that's it on the attacks. That kind of stinks. But I guess that's good for US. That means we're conserving units for the Berlin attack, I suppose. Let's see some 6s. Oh yeah, they were fully repaired. Oh, that's right, because he built that fighter. There's a 6. Let's see another 6. Close enough. I'll take it. Woohoo! Get to be on the positive side of these bombing raids now. I like that feeling. Alright, here we go. It's going to take me a while to reload, so I'm going to pause until I get... Alright, let's see if it works this time. It was saying invalid non-combat move, so I'm going to go ahead and move to C-Zone 8. So we're going to move the carrier there first and see if that prevents it from freezing up on me again. Loaded carrier coming here. You should have battleship and fighters coming here. We'll go ahead and protect New Zealand, or at least make him sacrifice a transport for New Zealand. Think that's everything there. I hate arrows. I cringe every time I hit that button. I'm like, what am I going to see when this unwinds? A little nervous giving him that shot because I know he'll take it, but I want to be able to come down to France at any time. I want to be threatening taking France for the stack, so part of me says a safe guy I should just took him to C-Zone 1, but I mean, well, we'll just see what he does. Oh, I forgot I was going to rechange him and move him back. I forgot to move him back. He's kind of out there for a possible airstrike. So one thing I do gotta be careful too is he could take his 4 bombers and a fighter and strike at me over here. With the AA gun, that makes it a little bit safer, so I may only just leave like 1 infantry there. Just to give a little bit of extra protection, because I don't know if I trust the AA by itself being positive. Excuse me. So yeah, I'm going to leave 1, or do I need to leave 2? I think I'm just going to leave 1 infantry there, because I don't want to waste too much. Other thing I want to look at, and I'm going to pull I am going to pull out the good old calculator on this. If we go 8, 22, excuse me, 12, 34, take 2 down, so we're going to be down to 32. And say he wipes these guys, the UK guys, say he goes for it, and he does. I have 5 artillery, 4 tanks. I'll have 2 fighters from UK I can bring down. How are we looking? Yeah, we're looking okay. So I think go ahead and give a knock on these guys, on this tank here. Could go just 1. I think I'm gonna go just 1 infantry though. Let's conserve guys. Just pull guys back. Do I want to do anything else? Oh yes, almost forgot. There was no strafe in him here. He definitely had the advantage. So I thought about, could I do a hit and then retreat to Moscow, but nothing worth it there. Nothing going. Alright, he even missed. Sweet. Bonus. Second, I was thinking maybe I should move 2 here, but he'll be able to blitz his tank, so it's definitely not worth it there. Do want to put a couple guys over top my fighters. Go ahead and go here because I want to make him work for everything. I want to make him use his planes as much as humanly possible. I was going to try and put some guys in here. You know what? See, I'm moving 1 less guy there, so we're putting 22, 25, 33. What if we... kind of okay with that. And take 1 of these guys. Hopefully just to challenge Germany and maybe not give up Ukraine here. And 1 of these guys I want to leave back, I said. So now that gives me 21, 11, 32. I'd be okay with actually just 31. Oh, I forgot to move the 1 in. I'm like, that doesn't add up. I forgot to move him into Ukraine. Is that the game trying to tell me I shouldn't do that? I'm not going to be told by the game what to do. I'm going that way. Alright. I'll be able to blitz, that's fine. Alright, there we go. There we go. Alright, we're moving along now. I just got a warning. My computer is being a little bit slow, so I apologize if there is a lag in this video. Looks like it's time for a reset on my old computer again. So, in any case, so Germany bought 5 infantry, 2 artillery, repaired 4 points of damage, tried to do lots of attacks. He did attack Caucasus. He lost 3 bombers and a fighter doing so. He took out 2 bombers of mine, and then an AA and the infantry I had there. I thought the 1 infantry would be enough to scare him away, but evidently I probably should have done 2. But you know, ultimately I think this was a good thing for me because I still got enough. I'm going to put my 3 UK fighters in here, and I'll be able to defend this okay. And now that's going to give me a lot of freedom with my fleets now that all he has is 1 bomber left on the Air Force. So we can start trading all around. We can start, you know, making them work all over the place. So I feel pretty good about our situation now. So it does mean I'm not going to have multiple bombers that can hit him. I've only got my my 2 bombers now that can do the bombing raids, but we will take what we can. So what I'm looking at purchasing is 4 infantry, because I do got 8 units here, and I've got my 6, so, or 3 transports, so we're going to take 6 of those, so there's going to be 2 left over. Build 4 gives me 6 left over for my 3 transports, and that allows me to build 2 bombers. So that's the plan here. I think I'm going to strike this guy instead. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because I want my fighters, I want all 3 of my fighters coming back to defend Moscow, so I can't use them or I can't get back in time. Meanwhile, we'll attack that guy. We'll take Italy. That's all the attacking we're going to be doing. Da 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 da. Come on, guys. Oh. Finish him. Thank you. Good news too, I can move a destroyer back out. You know what? Little bit nervous what I'm doing, but we'll move a sub out there. Put an extra hit point for him to have to chew through. Now give me a destroyer, 2 carriers in case I want to put both fighters down on France. That'll give me 3 boats still to defend against the 1 bomber. Alright. I think that's everybody. Three, 33, and he's got these guys, so 37 to 33. He's going to be pulling all of these tanks. He's going to be boosting all these tanks up. So he's going to be getting 6 more tanks in range, and he may build bombers this turn. I don't know. But we should have a bead on finishing off Berlin here in the next couple turns. Alright, getting ready to take the next turn in my round 11 game, but meanwhile I did finish my round 12 game, which, I mean, not round, game 12 in the season, which I didn't record at all because I was trying to speed up and get a couple games in. So we won that game. It was against Sky. Well, not unfortunately, but he's a gold player, so he's not going to help my MMR very much. So, you know, right now it is February 4th. We got 11 days. February 15th is the end of the season, so I went ahead and pushed one, and maybe I'll push a second one because our current game's getting to a climax as well. 11 game 11. If I can get 2 more wins in, maybe if I get matched up against one of the top 10ers or 2 of the top 10ers and can pull a fast win. Although, you know, this time of season when you start taking a lead, you know, it's easy for people to stall it out to the end of the season. You know, I don't plan on doing that. If I'm obviously going to lose a game, I'll go ahead and forfeit it. But we're going to try. We're going to see how far we can push. So I don't think this is updated because I literally just got the win. I just finished the other game and then the person retired just like 5-10 minutes ago. So my profile hasn't updated because this is where I was at. So maybe I'll bump up just a little bit in our current game, bump up a little bit. If I get a win or 2 big in, maybe I can get into the top 25. You know, the whole top 10, that one loss just kind of threw that off. But if I played more games, I'm sure I could have made it there eventually. I just don't play enough games. So, and I didn't start till mid part of the season, I guess. But ranked just stresses me out. So, any case, match found. I haven't looked to see who it is yet. I decided to put it on here, so here we go. Let's see what we got. Oh, Toadstum. I've seen his name in the Discord quite a bit. I'm assuming he's a decent player. I believe he's one of the ones that plays aggressively, from what little bit I recall. We're going to finish our Alaska game here. I don't think, is he a top 10er? I don't honestly know. Oh yeah, number 5. Okay, hey, well, we'll get to that game in just a minute. I'll make sure I record that one. But for right now, this is to finish up this one, and then I'll get to the other game. All right, so we get a top 5er. So maybe, I mean, we got a week and a half, so I don't know how the game's going to go or not. Okay, so I just sat down, and the reason I want to go ahead and do this is I just sitting the calculator down, and we're going to push all in for a timing of a UK US 12 or US 10 take of Berlin and hopefully shut this off. The reason I want to push it in is he moved his tanks over here, so J10 they're probably going to be, you know, he'll hit here and then move them as far as any as he can, or move a stack and then try to get his tanks into Berlin, and then it's just going to slow and stall the game out. So we're going to try and take it, make him try and take a Hail Mary, game over. That's our hope. reality of that really happening is probably not the greatest. But anyways, so what we're going to do, the plan here is we're going to go ahead and bring these guys down, throw my fighters into this stack, create a stack here. We're just going to go ahead and push almost all of my Russian and U.S. guys in here, even though he could kill them or strafe them with the stacks sitting here in the UK. That should still leave the door open for a 1-2. Because what I'm going to do, I'm going to have 4 transports sitting here, right? So I'm going to push everything but 8 units. I'm going to leave 8 units sitting in Karelia that these guys then can grab and next on US 10 drop them in there. So obviously 5 of them have to be infantry. I'm going to leave the tank back since it's a bigger hitter, and then 2 artillery back, but the rest we're just going to go ahead and push right on in. Since I'm planning on those guys coming in, these guys coming to pick up, that means I'm not planning on coming back to pick up more the turn after. What is that? US 11. We're not going to be picking more people off of Canada, so we got a little money to spend. So again, we've already got 7, 8 coming, so these 4 are going to have their 8 already to pick up. They're going to take their 4. We'll be able to follow them up when we attack Berlin for a second follow-up. And so that's the plan. You try and wipe these guys out before these tanks can get over here. Fighters can't reach right now, so all Japan can help with is a bomber at the moment. Meanwhile, he did bring these guys over here, so that's why I'm building 5 infantry to throw down in West USA, just to not give up West USA. And that leaves me 27. So just to kind of solidify things, I'm going to go ahead and put a couple bombers in, and then we're just going to go ahead and put an extra infantry over there just to be on the safe side. He's got 21 IPC, so he could build 7 infantry. If I just hit it, he would be down 1 more. But so I could use my bomber to do a bombing raid, but rather than risk that, I'm going to gamble on taking out 2 guys instead and try and knock these guys out instead. Does mean I do got to be a little bit careful with my Russian units because I need to make sure that we block West Russia through here and a blitz. I'm not. Let's see. Well, it depends on what happens, whether we care about blocking here or not. But I don't want him to blitz through Karelia and smash Karelia with my reinforcements back there. So we need to be a little bit smart about that. Yeah, so we're going to definitely need at least 1 Russian guy there. And then he could use his bomber and then allow it. We'll think that out when we get to the US turn. Or Russia turn. I didn't get that far ahead. I didn't think that far ahead, unfortunately. You know what? We're going to go ahead and use him as a blocker from these tanks. It's expensive, but I just don't even know that we're going to have much more use for him, to be honest, because we're not going to blitz to India with, you know, that sitting there. And Africa is really kind of a second thought right now. Don't think there's any more attacks to do. Oh, let's knock them both out. Boom. Ah, bomber. Alright, well, it's not worth risking the bomber, I think. Oh well, we tried. Gonna put a little bit of air cover, you know, and I'm a little nervous about putting all my eggs in one basket here. 2, 3, you can still hit over there, that's fine. So that gives me 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I'm building 2 bombers there. Oh, he did attack his sub in there, by the way. I forgot to show that. And did not win it. Since we don't have anybody up there, no reason to keep those up there. Let's just overprotect our fleets down here. And put the tank in that one just in case he does just strafe and doesn't take. So we can threaten these guys. I really kind of want to bring my bomber down to here to create more issue. What can hit here? 1, 2, 3. He's got no carriers. His bomber could go 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what? He's got that. Oh, we just took that, huh? Shoot. I don't want to put him here. I don't think, simply because the German bomber could go 1, 2, 3, 4, take out the 1 infantry, and then he could blitz in 17 tanks back this way if he really wanted to, and fighters. Although, if he took out the bomber, or if he took out the infantry with the bomber, I could just land a UK fighter down there to protect him. Yeah, let's do that. Because I don't think he'll do that to begin with. But it is a possibility I gotta be aware of if he does pick off this guy, that he's got 17 tanks, 3 fighters, and a bomber that can hit there. So it's something I need to be aware of, but I think he's got to worry about his tanks going this way. But this now puts a bomber here that can strike all along here. This sub can come up in here, so these guys are going to have to come back, or he's going to have to build C units down here. See, we don't need this guy hanging out, so we might as well bring him on down this way to pester as well. Let's see. Need the destroyer. Let's bring him on over here as well. Just overprotection, overprotection. Alright. That's everybody there. If my calculator is right, I should have a little over 90% shot on Berlin. And I actually counted this artillery living, as it did, and my tank dying, as it did. I didn't count on me building 2 bombers actually at the time, so that should put us well over the mark of where we need to be. think we're just gonna go ahead and build 9 straight. I was thinking about maybe hitting this guy with the Russians, but I think I just want to have as many of the Russians there for the strafe. Because, I mean, the 2 infantry versus 1. I mean, it's tempting. How many times have I failed on that kind of battle, though? Yes, I think that's a 50-50, right? I think. Slightly over 50. You know what? I do want to double check real quick my Moscow odds if he was to use his German again to take out the tanks. I was planning on these tanks being taken out of the picture, but it dawned on me he could use them to hit there. So I want to make sure, do I need to throw a Russian infantry in there? So I'm going to pause the video for just a second. Okay, so yeah, so even if I move one of these infantry down, and even if he picks off this tank, and even if he uses these 3 tanks and everything else, I'm giving him a 3 to 4% shot on Moscow, and I'm just gonna have to be okay with that. I think it's a close enough game. I just perhaps getting impatient, but I just want this game to be finalized. It'd be great if this guy lived, because that'd put him in a pinch. Ah, oh well. It would have been nice. Because he didn't have anybody else back here. He'd have to use a Blitzen tank to stop me from continuing to march. But, oh well. You know, I mean, he'd move those guys up. I'd get 1 more out of it. Not a big deal. Just would have been nice. Nice to be annoying. Now, if the bomber takes out the West Russia guy, I got UK guy I can stick in there, so that's not as... Actually, I could just save him, but I think I'll save the UK guy for a second wave if I need to. Puts the tanks on over. Hopefully I'm going to take, and then he'll be just taken with tanks, and I can take him back. Alright, we're coming to a culminating point here. I didn't goof this up too bad. I'm prone to making silly, subconscious, dumb movements, so... Alright. See how it goes. Oh. So just to kind of re-show, so I counted on him building 7 infantry and the artillery coming, so I have 26, 1, 1, and 2, and then he's got 1 bomber that can make it back on Japan 10. So I was looking at, even if he does a 1-round strafe, he averages killing, I think, like 3 of my U.S. infantry, but he loses 3 of his German infantry, and he'll kill my Russians, because they should go first. So I'm okay if he kills the Russians. so the strafe isn't as profitable. So then I just looked at, all the UK. I looked at him just turtling, pulling in all the UK attacking, these guys, plus all of these guys hitting, plus of course my bombers that I just built and got floating all over the place. The bomber down here. So there's our play. Hopefully we're going to put the final squeeze on Berlin. Alright, Germany bought 7 infantry as we expected. He actually just attacked Italy and ended up training 1 infantry for 1 infantry. Actually helps me just ever so slightly. Looking at a 1-round strafe by UK, followed by everything with US hitting, and I've got a 99.4% chance of taking Berlin. So we should be good to go, barring any strange stuff happening. And so yeah, so that's what we're gonna do. We can leave these guys back defending. And I don't know if he's gonna try and make a charge to retake Berlin with these guys. If he does, then we come down and we crush all the way through this way, or we could follow behind him and crush that way. There's many options we can go if he decides to continue to play on. But let's take care of business. So we've got 6 purchased. Let's see. Kind of, if we're going to play the long game, want to go that I could build a factory, but for France. But let's just. Oh wait, we got Italy here. I'm like, why do we have 11? Okay, so there's just maxing out what we can build. And what if we put 1 transport in there? Put some artillery just in case of any sort of retake. And we'll go with it. Now he's got a defense power of 60, so in theory he'll get 10 hits. I think that's everything. Defense power 59, I guess, looking back at it, technically. Or 58, something like that. Anyways, so 10 hits and we're bringing 12 ground, so hopefully we can save all our bombers and keep them alive. So we're playing just a 1-round strike here. Ugh. Bummer. Nice strike back though. He only got 6 hits back on there, so I'm going to take a quick look at what that means here. So he would have, check US's attack, make sure they got a clean kill here real quick. 13, 6, 1, 1. So yeah, it's essentially 100% kill for them. They would get 7 more hits, so we can retreat these guys. We could push them forward, and they'd be in blasting range of the tanks. Which, I wasn't really counting on these guys to be alive, so let them be in blasting range of the tanks. Because the US should be falling right in there. Have enough to re-attack whatever he has. Let's see. Germany's going to be gone, so we can put him up here. Should be safe. Does he have his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Oh, we took out our fighter, didn't we? I just don't like the carrier destroyer. Carrier looks good. With his one bomber that could 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 coming in. Don't want him to sink my 3 transports easily. Alright. Alright, there we go. We should be wrapping this one up, it looks like. Alright, he bought 4 bombers and infantry. I'm not sure why he bought the 4 bombers here per se. He could have built them elsewhere and bought a few more ground units maybe. I don't know. Or a couple more artillery just to improve his odds. I think, you know, he's just taking a last ditch shot here. Which, if I'm calculating, he'll have like a 1 or 2% shot on Moscow, so I think we're gonna be okay. So that being said, what do we want to build? Do we want to contest him down here? Destroyer still can reach, and all of that can still reach down here, so I know that that would be good. We do need to watch out, so he's got 2 and 2 and 2 bombers, or 2 battleships now, so what do we... Probably going to double up our defensive units there. No fighters, no bombers, right? Just the battleships. No, that bomber can't get to West USA. Just 2 infantry, 2 artillery, 2 battleships. So let's see here. It's going to take 8 to put him down to under a 3% chance, so we'll go ahead and tag 2 people for going there. Let's see. We're going to go ahead and bring them in. We do need to build it. We'll go ahead and build 8 for him to come back to. Gives me 12. I think I'm going to put 2 tanks here so that they can get to Moscow in 2 turns, barring any crazy stuff. Not putting too much heart of thought on this. I probably don't have to use my transports to maximize this, but got no one to go pick up, so why not? I don't want any, this is just trying to prevent the dice gods moments, right? taking the one bomber off. 32 units versus 21, but we should be okay regardless. As tempting as it is just to hit his transport there, but he's not transporting anything anytime soon, so... Oh, where's he got his bomber going? That should do it. Bombers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We should be okay there. Keeping them tight. There. I think that is it. Drop the 2 tanks here. And oh, I forgot I was gonna move a couple guys up, but oh well. There, that gives me my 8 there. Gives me 8 here. I forget that comes right on back over to us. Okay. Um, start with our base 11, right? And then we got units we can build here. Let's see. Bring our bombers a little heavier. I think that may have been the beat that he surrendered, but we'll see. Why would we go there? Even these, because it doesn't do us any good. And let's see if we get the jump scare. Oh, nope, must have been one of my other games. I thought maybe he would have given in. We may just end up driving through Poland anyways. Because I think we'll hold the line anyways, so. I probably should have just stayed there and gone through it. Alright, so there we go. I mean, that's what he's got left. I don't think there's anything that I really have to worry about. You know, this is just mop-up duty down there. Too bad I don't have my US tank still. Granted, they'll presumably take that. It's been a while, but 248, 162, I know we're mid-turn. But even with Japan going, US has got the more money, but even just regular territory, we're matching them, even despite the German income. So, should be in the bank when he decides to. Alright, so went back into the game, and here we go. We got our victory. It looks like I don't see Japan yet, so it looks like he went for the Hail Mary on Moscow and lost and resigned the game. So there we go. End of game. See real quick. Oh, my other Gwen didn't move me. It moved me up 2 spots. This game just happened, so hopefully we'll get maybe a little bit more, though I did feel like he was a newer player. Oh, yeah, he was a platinum player. Alright, so he's made platinum with that. Granted, lower platinum, but so we'll get a few points out of it. So now I got my game with Intex still going. These are league games I got going. Toadstone. Probably won't. I can't record all these games, but we're gonna go ahead and get another one going.